Hey, what's going on? How y'all doing out there today? This is the second day of the NFL Draft 2025. I am Uncle Steve, and to my right is the world's favorite fourth string quarterback,
Wait, what?
hailing from parts unknown.
What?
His name is
What?
Big Low Country Sports. How's it doing, fourth stringer?
Man, four stringer. Man, dang, go fuck. That's rough right there, man. Well, we doing good, man. How you doing tonight, bro?
Man, we doing good, man. We gonna start this thing off right, ready to talk NFL draft, talk Atlanta Falcons, and get into the second and third round. But let's take a look at the best intro in sports going on right now. Uncle Steve's Lounge.
You're in Uncle Steve's Lounge. You're in Uncle Steve's Lounge. Gonna sit down, have a good time. You're in Uncle Steve's Lounge. You're in Uncle Steve's Lounge. Gonna sit down, have a good time. You're in Uncle Steve's Lounge. You're in Uncle Steve's Lounge. Gonna sit down, have a good time.
And that was featuring like a small 5-second part from Big Low Country Sports. If you saw his picture in the intro, so this is the NFL draft, man. Low, if I can encapsulate one thing by yesterday, there is one guy who's going to get a free steak dinner wherever he goes, and he might be one of the most, prior to last night, one of the most berated people in the Atlanta sports area. His name, Terry Fontenot.
Shout out to Terry.
I'm gonna try to tell you, man. Terry pulled it off last night, brother. Matter of fact, not only did he pull it off last night, we did our usual draft coverage, and after we saw Shador didn't get drafted at number 21, trust me, we'll talk Shador later. But after we saw that, myself and Tidy from Atlanta Bird Game, thank you, and shout out to Tidy for joining us yesterday. We said, let's cut it off. Next thing I know, my son said, Dad, Falcons traded up. So what was your reaction? And I did see you come on a little later on to talk about it. What was your reaction when you saw that happening at that time?
Man, it's crazy because it's like, so, everybody and their mama came to One Time for the Fan last night. So it was my turn to come on. Shouts out to One Time for the Fan, man. So it was my turn to come on. So I was on there talking. I was like, look, man, I ain't gonna lie to you. At this point in time, we're at the point where if I'm Terry Fontenot, I would trade back into the first and get another edge rusher or get like a bona fide legit edge rusher. And I said it 2 minutes later, the Falcons have traded up. I was like, wait, what? Bro. So, man, that was crazy. That you know what that gave me remnants of? That gave me remnants of Julio Jones. That was the same excitement that I had back in 2011 when old Julio came through and, just set the fan base on fire.
Man, it was a good feeling. And a good feeling that we got the needs that we talked about.
Yes.
We got the needs. We got the two pieces that, and lo and behold, how did we end up with Jalen Walker yesterday? How did that fall in our lap?
I did not. I didn't even look. I didn't even look at him. I ain't gonna lie to you. It's like whenever I seen that he was like projected top 8 player,
right.
I was like, I ain't even finna do no intel on him. I was like, I don't work for the Falcons. That's what I said. I don't work for the Falcons. I ain't wasting no time looking at this guy. But bro, whenever I seen him fall, I was like, wow, it's looking like we. And whenever they said the pick is in, I was like, oh, we getting Jalen Walker. Bro,
Man,
that was crazy.
that was a beautiful thing, man. I saw my boy Coaches in there. He said, "Man, didn't I say they should come back and get green?" Yeah, you did say that. I remember you saying that in the broadcast yesterday, Dre. We were talking about that same thing, man. Just shout out to a lot of the folks here in the chat. David Starks, start back up at the beginning. John Brooks, Deshaun Caswell, Richard Russell, King, Richie in the house, Craig, Brian Moses, Tay Bro, James Williams, Kelvin, King, Atlanta supported. Folks, we appreciate y'all joining us. We are going to talk a lot about what happened yesterday and keep you up to date on what's going on. We got the ticker going on the screen. Just trying to see exactly what's going to go on with the Falcons. Now, they don't have a second-round pick at this moment. We have a third-round pick coming up. However, don't be surprised if they trade down and try to maybe get a couple of fourth-round picks, because at this particular point, you only have 3 picks. Is it 3 picks left?
Yeah.
3 picks left. Yeah, so but with the moves we made, think about that lineup that we're going to be sporting out there now, Lo, when you start talking about Jalen doing his thing, Pierce on the edge. And I think Pierce, I see a lot of folks really criticizing the Falcons more for the first round pick they gave up.
Yeah.
But which I'm like, hey, if that was the guy they wanted to get, more power to him. But what do you think about them having the guts to go up and say, you know what, we needed pass rush, we needed some speed, and they got 2 guys?
Well, so let's acknowledge that a term that you use, having the guts, right?
Absolutely.
Was it really guts?
Well, desperation.
Exactly. Like, was it really guts? Like, let's think about it. It was like one of those situations where Terry
job security.
Exactly. Because Terry's thinking, well, look, I'd rather clean up a mess tomorrow opposed to cleaning up a mess today.
That's
right. So
That's
I'm
right.
pretty sure it's like one of those situations with him where he's sitting here thinking, well, look, if I do get fired this year, I mean, I'm going to go all out, this year trying to see what I could do. And, I'll leave them without a first round pick. Whatever sucker takes this job next year, I'll leave them without a first round pick. So, I mean, I know people saying guts, but I mean, I don't know if it's a guts type situation. I'm just saying.
Oh, I agree 100%. I think you're at a point where, look, Terry Fontenot knows, get it right this year or go back to getting coffee from Mickey Loomis down in New Orleans. So one of the two. So he had to make some big decisions yesterday, and I'm kind of, it kind of makes me feel good that at least they had the guts to go out and I'm gonna keep saying it, had the guts to go out and not worry about what anybody was saying.
They didn't take your voice to do it.
I see. Listen, this is gonna be very interesting, folks. We would be foolish if we didn't talk about the sudden decline or fall, I should say, of Shedeur Sanders. And again, folks, we're in Atlanta. His daddy was an all-pro and great player here. But there is a lot of connection here in Atlanta. So people here are passionate, big fans of Dion from back in the day. Those folks that are holding this up. The first pick for Cleveland, they went linebacker with from UCLA, Schwetzinger.
Carson Schwetzinger.
So again, we're still looking for where he's going to go. Did it shock you that he fell low, or was this just, did he just was a victim of the numbers game? And meaning there weren't that many teams that really needed a quarterback right now on the roster, Lo.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I think the numbers came into play. I think the numbers, and in addition to, things like the team making everybody on the team listen to his new rap song. You know what I'm saying? The wearing the rollie on the field, and I mean, I think all those things kind of come into play. One thing that a scout I heard on 92.9 The Game say the other day, they said that what they're looking for the most when it comes to these players is that ever since NIL has been introduced to college football, what they're looking for the most is they're looking for guys who just love football, right? Because if you're just doing this just to get a couple dollars, I mean, it's a completely different situation, especially when my job is on the line for you. Like, I need guys who just love football. So I don't know. I feel like a few of those things came into play. I mean, and look, if it's a situation where you got a guy, he grew up rich, he's going to continue to be rich. And I mean, and he's not, the best quarterback out here. He continues to kind of throw his team under the bus a little bit. I mean, you kind of say, hey, I mean, we could do without him. I mean, am I wrong? I mean,
I heard you say throw him under the bus. Let me be clear. That throw him way under the bus. I was looking at the clip of him today, and I had seen it before, but I wasn't paying much attention to it in that sense. But the video of him and Cam Ward doing the little private workout or whatever, and then they're kind of going back, kind of joshing each other and stuff like that. But then you see him say, when he tells Cam Ward, Cam Ward tells him, say, you got all your yards on bubble screens and short passes. And he said, I didn't have a running game. So I'm like, dang. And wow. Don't get me wrong. And maybe he didn't. Jay Higgins goes Iowa State to the Texans at their second pick in the second round. But it's not so much that there could be truth to that. But as a leader on the team and as a quarterback, folks, things like that are looked at. Let me go on a quick diatribe.
Okay.
I do realize that people are passionate about these young men in these positions, especially quarterback. I know, especially in our community, I know there are a lot of folks that think it's wrong to criticize the young man for having a confidence that is on a level higher than most and being able to flaunt that and be himself. And I don't have a problem with you doing that. Here's the issue. You're going from college where you're the big man on campus, so big man that they retire your number real quick. NFL, billion-dollar NFL franchises who we're not trying to pay attention to all that. That might sell me a jersey or two, but is that going to help me win?
Exactly.
Out of the teams that had those choices, I would say only about 4 or 5. When you talk about Cleveland, I'm sure they're going to need a quarterback. You talk about the Giants eventually need a quarterback. Pittsburgh looks like they might be in trouble. And, this wasn't the year for you to come out with that type of, in my opinion, that type of bravado and everything, because you don't have 6 teams picking quarterbacks in the first round like last year. It was a different situation. And for everyone that tries to go to they're just trying to hold a black man down. I thought, well, there was a black man that got picked number 1 overall this year in Cam Ward. There was a number 1 pick overall. That was a black man that got picked at quarterback last year. Last year, we had Jaden Daniels, Michael Penix Jr., and Caleb Williams in the top 10. Yep. So miss me with all the, walk back down civil rights lane as far as the quarterback position in the NFL. I'm not trying to hear all that. And that's a false narrative that we need to stop when it comes to that. If you're a fan of Deion, say you're a fan of Deion and you want all of his kids to be just like him. Just say it.
But the thing is, there's a big difference between Deion and Shador.
That's a huge difference.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, come on.
One is his son. Just like LeBron and Bronny. There's a big difference.
There's a big difference.
And obviously, I'm not saying
it. Whenever Deion did it, he was the first to do it.
Right.
It was like Deion was nobody seen nobody do this before, not publicly. I'm sure guys were feeling themselves a whole bunch, behind the scenes, but publicly, just to be the whole over the top guy and everything like that. Like nobody really seen that before.
Nope.
Like that was the first. Now,
yep.
so you come out and you of course you want to be like. I mean, every young man wants to be like their dad.
Of course,
I completely understand that, but it's like Deion was also different.
Very.
Deion, like I mean, anybody come out here and say, Kanye West talk about he's so great and everything. Anybody come out here and talk about how great you are, right?
Did you go to the Kanye West?
Anybody come out here and say how great they are. At the end of the day, it's like, okay, whenever you catch your first punt return, you drop it, you pick it back up. In the NFL, what you do after that.
Right.
Deion picked it up and housed it.
Right.
I mean, so we'll see. I mean, just like you said, he throw them boys under the bus now.
That's what I'm trying. Listen, and there is nothing wrong with flash. There's nothing wrong with confidence. There is absolutely nothing wrong with all that. But just keep in mind that everybody may not prescribe to that recipe. Everybody may not. And that's okay too. And this just happens to be the year that teams are saying, it looks like, with the exception of Tennessee and the Giants came back and got into the first round to get their quarterback. I guess this is the year, which is kind of looking like, what was the year that Ritter came in? 22?
Yes.
Yeah, this is looking like the year that maybe this is not a strong quarterback year. And as many yards as you pulled out in Colorado, it may not be. It might not.
Wow.
Folks, when you struggle against Kansas and you let a very desolate Nebraska team beat you, I'm sorry. It doesn't speak very well, in my opinion.
Wow.
I'm just saying, man. Call it like I see it, man.
I mean, but the thing is, I feel like Shedeur could be a really good quarterback. He has the ability.
I do too.
He's very accurate.
Yeah.
But you at the end of the day, there's a certain maturity that comes with being a top quarterback in the NFL. Because just like you said, with all those transfers that Deion them had come in, ain't no reason why you shouldn't be sniffing the playoffs, right? I mean, Michael Penix, he had a less talented team, in my opinion. If we're honest,
absolutely.
Michael Penix had a less talented team and took them boys to the championship. So
right. I think there's and I do believe wherever he goes, I think he's going to be successful if under the right tutelage. You see that? You see the Seattle?
Yeah.
Montgomery. That's one of the folks that we were talking about. Even if the Falcons wouldn't have made the move that they made yesterday with Pierce, he was one of the guys that people were talking about for the Falcons that would have been a nice fit. I'm glad we made the moves we made, but hey, that's a nice call.
That's a real
nice call right there. So I'll take that. Move this over move this ticker over a little bit. Looks like Cleveland is on the clock again. Will Cleveland finally take the bait? I mean, go ahead and pick your boy Shedeur and do their thing or not. Listen, I don't want it to be I don't want anybody to think I'm picking on the young man personally. I think he represents a good percentage of what some young athletes are. It's not just him, but he just happens to be the most glorified of them right now, in my opinion. He's the one that you see out there. Look, he had on a piece of jewelry last night on the front of him that was almost 8 inches long down and 4 inches wide. I could never afford something like that. I'm not jealous, but I am saying, woo-wee. And that's I don't know. So I think it's fair. I think it's fair game. I think it's fair game to talk about it. Man. It is. So back to the Falcons real quick. Jeff Ulbrich all of a sudden now, man, you got some decisions to make.
Boy.
You have some decisions to make. And I'm gonna tell you who probably went to the gym this morning right after this pick.
Who?
Troy Anderson went to the gym.
Boy.
JD Bertram went to the gym.
You think he pulled a Kurt?
I think he pulled a Kurt. I'm gonna tell you, man. They better, because they got some folks that's, Cleveland is not trying to hear it, bro.
They ain't playing no games though, are they?
Hey, and Judkins is actually pretty good. Ohio State guy.
Yeah,
that's a real good pick, man. Who was the young kid that took Chubb's place last year?
Ford.
Yeah, he in trouble.
Yeah.
He's in trouble.
Judkins is the real.
Yeah, Judkins is that guy. So,
I'm sitting here looking at his pitch. He looked crazy.
Right.
He looked like he one of those crazy running backs.
Yeah.
5'11", 221. Good grief. Oh, I'm sorry. What you say, Mark?
No. You good. I'm just looking at the same highlights.
Oh, yeah.
What he is.
Wait a minute. I didn't know he played at Ole Miss initially.
Yeah.
I did not know
That's
that.
where he transferred from. Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, he's the truth. He's the truth.
What you think about Ashton Jeanty going to the Raiders last night?
I think that was a great move. I think the Raiders knew what they were missing from letting Josh Jacobs hit free agency.
Yes.
And I think they realized that was a key piece to what they were going to do. I'm not sure the Raiders could have been redeemed last year anyway, because they were trotting out Aiden O'Donnell and Desmond Ridder. But at the same time, Alexander Madison is not a quality starter in the NFL.
Well, didn't they try to go with your boy first? Then they try to go with Zeus. Oh, Zamir White first.
Oh, you know what? I forgot about Zeus. No, didn't Zeus go somewhere else?
Nah, he started because I remember thinking like, oh yeah, this is gonna be my sleeper pick in my fantasy draft, and he averaged like 2.9 yards a carry or something like that.
Yeah, that didn't work out too well.
I feel like it's one of those situations where Pete Carroll seen Ashton Jeanty and thought Marshawn Lynch.
Yeah,
that's what I
maybe
was thinking.
So.
I didn't know
maybe
Chip Kelly
so.
was their OC.
He's a little smaller than I thought he was, though. Short wise.
Yeah,
Jeanty. Yeah. He's a little shorter than I thought, but he's stocky. I was looking at the way he was running, and I don't want to. They were talking about it in our stream yesterday. Somebody said Michael Turner, and I was saying to myself, "Ooh, that's an interesting comp." And he does look like he does kind of run a little like, I think Jeanty has a little bit of breakaway speed, but the only thing I just worry about that is just trying to see if he played. Boise State was in which conference? I don't know which conference. Whatever conference it is, I know it's not the Big Ten. I know it's not the SEC, ACC, or Big 12.
Yeah, they're the Mountain. Was it Mountain West? Or?
Any conference that starts in Mountain, I'm probably not. So again, talent is talent, but at the same time, I do just kind of worry about whether he was playing a level of athletes that some of these other guys like Judkins was playing this year. That's the only thing that concerns me about Jeanty.
Man, yeah, you're right. David starts Mountain West.
Mountain West, okay. Mountain West, got it. Terry Wilson says that does he look like Travis Hunter a little bit? Talking about, I think, yeah, he kind of with that little hair. He talking about the guy who just got picked. Talking about Judkins. Yeah, he does. He does look a little bit like him. I was kind of interested. I was trying to do my entertainment tonight dress stuff they were doing last night. Some of the stuff them cats were.
Man, boy.
Diego Montage said, "Bro, he put 250 on Oregon and 120 on Penn State. People focused only on him. Yeah, the 120 against Penn State near the end, he got a lot of yards there. Oregon doesn't have the greatest defense in the world. I'm not trying to say 250 is nothing, but
Oregon.
I'm not saying it's Oregon, bro. Let's not act like Oregon. Let's not act like Oregon is a defensive stalwart. They put up points on offense, and listen, they did a great job in the Big Ten, but Oregon didn't bring the defense with them. They were outscore you type of guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
that's what they were. I'm gonna let you pronounce that name that Miami just picked.
Miami, they got Jonah. Ooh,
exactly.
Savine.
That's good enough for me. I think you might be bleeding a syllable out or two. And I don't know. Savalanie?
Well, those two eyes on.
Okay, well, something like that. Don't even look, man. I got close. Dixon Wade, what's going on, man? How you doing, Larry? Good to see you, brother. Y'all make sure y'all check out the Dixon Wade best live reaction sports going on in the Atlanta content creator space. Y'all make sure y'all do what he do. What you checking out today, Larry? Are you doing the draft? Or are you doing some basketball today? Bernard says, when do we pick next? I think we are overall number. I'm about to tell you right now.
I think it's 101.
Yeah. It's hold on. Double
Triple
check.
Digits.
Yeah. It's way down there. We are 101. And that was a compensatory pick from the Rams that we got.
I hope we get some compensatory picks next year, bro.
Well,
Grady Jarrett and all these other guys go.
Yeah, Grady will get you one. But wait a minute. No, we cut Grady though.
Oh yeah.
We cut Grady, so that's not going to be a compensatory.
Do we get a compensatory pick for hiring an African American coach, or that's?
I mean, you know what? Yeah, there was something. Yeah, if you hire, but I don't think we are in that. That probably would have been the same pick that Kirk Cousins messed around and got rid of. So that might have been.
I think what it is that if you have an African American coach that gets a job with another team, that's whenever you get.
Oh, that's what it is. Thanks, fellas. I appreciate that. 101. Appreciate that.
Next to last, boy. Look at here.
Yeah, man. That's
look at here.
So we got a little ways to go as far as that's concerned. So
for the long haul.
We well, like I said, unless they shock us again and do some other things. Larry said he's doing the Braves tonight, and I know that's the Arizona game, so that's late night. That's why Larry is available on there. DJ says, do y'all think we should go D tackle or cornerback for our next pick tonight? What do you think, Lo? Especially
I'm going cornerback.
Okay.
Give me a cornerback. The thing is that it's like I was saying on the show last night. It's one of them situations where if you have I'm not drafting. Ain't no need in drafting a defensive tackle in the middle of the draft. I'm drafting a defensive tackle like in the first or second round, or I'm gonna wait till the end of the draft, especially in this defense, because I mean, if you're in a 3-4 defense, you get like a nose tackle. Sure, I just need somebody to take on 2 blocks. Like you don't got to do nothing special. Just lean on folks and don't fall down.
Look, at this point, I'll just go. All we need to do is go to Golden Corral on church after church. Go look at whoever is at the buffet the longest.
Well,
see who ain't moving, and see if he could just fit right in that 3-4 in the middle.
Well, I'll be there on Monday.
That's what you need though. To have a successful 3-4 defense, you gotta have that dude that's just plugging.
Yeah.
You gotta have that guy that's plugging it up in the middle.
Yeah.
So that's what we need, in my opinion. For that. You got first super chat of the night. Big Low, talk to me.
Shouts out to Willie Doc in here. I don't know if you know this, but Willie Doc is actually a doctor. He says,
"Oh, okay."
Blessings. Yeah, he says, "Blessings, Big Low, Uncle Steve. Let's get it. Dun, da, da. That's a Superman chat. Appreciate that, Willie Doc. Thank you so much for coming on.
Willie Doc, we appreciate you, and we're gonna shoot this one out to you.
Walk by every day. Uncle Steve here to stay. Wanna read super chat. With Uncle Steve's my name.
Oh man, dang.
I know that I can make you smile.
Woo!
Another one steals your heart.
Don't get jealous, boy.
But you in Uncle Slams. Say that you'll never be apart.
Man, that boy, I'm trying to tell you. And I'm gonna tell you what happened, y'all. We actually went into the studio together to do that, and we had a producer that took out the vocals that Low came in and helped me with on that song.
What you talking about? Hold on now, man, shoot. Oh, you talking about that? Meanwhile, I'm thinking with the real Drew Hill. See, you.
Boy, don't you stop, boy. You gotta stop.
I'm thinking with the real Drew Hill. I'm thinking with the fifth rendition of Drew Hill. Ain't no telling how many they got. But I'm thinking with the fifth rendition of Drew Hill. You doing all that talking up.
Hey man, Drew Hill's still on. I saw something on there where they supposed to be in town. It's supposed to be in. I think they're supposed to be in town pretty soon. Maybe I was looking at the wrong group.
I saw that. I saw that.
Yeah, I think I did see they're supposed to be in town.
Them and a few other folks. I think 112
and they all need to get together and give us a good concert down there. ATL Dog is in the house. Trade next year second and get in there, Terry. He trying to get rid of Mo picks. Travion Henderson from Ohio State. Ohio State is dude. How many? They had 4 in the first round, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Ohio State, man. That national championship, bro.
2 running backs going to second round. That's crazy,
man. These boys,
crazy.
Trying to tell you. Hey, everybody loves a winner.
Hello.
Everybody loves a winner. Here's T-Wheel in the house. What's going on, T-Wheel?
What's up?
He was doing this thing yesterday with One Time for the Fan, our sister Carrie, and our brother Jack Spade doing their thing yesterday.
Man, shouts out to Jack Spade, man. Look, for everybody that's watching, that's how I got a chance to sit out here in my garage. Jack Spade, he cleaned it out for me yesterday. Shouts out to Jack Spade.
Jack Spade. How much you charge you? Oh, God. Oh man. Well, the doc say y'all funny with the move. Atlanta Dog say that auto-tune is next level. Oh, what you talking about auto-tune, dog?
I mean,
auto-tune over here?
Man, you had to call him out, man. I mean, shouts out to Tyler. First of all, shouts out to Tyler making sure. Because we don't know if it was auto-tune to Tyler, but
no, man. That was straight up.
Oh, I hear you. I hear you. All I'm saying is, I got music videos. That's all I'm saying. I got music videos. It's so beautiful. They got to put the visual with the song. You know what I'm saying?
Man, don't let the summer start. Don't let the summer start. When I get that compression shirt on, and get my thing going. Speaking of big boy, Larry said get that big boy out of Florida nose tackle. I think his name is Watson in the 6th or 7th round. That might be what you need to do. He says 460 pounds, ran a 5'9". I'm gonna tell you what, bro. I'll be willing to take a shot on that. Jay Wan, what's going on? Willie Doc say, Uncle Steve, didn't you want to come back on last night after the 26th pick? Let me tell y'all, and it is funny because we ended last night, Willie, thinking that, hey, we made our move. We were just trying to see if Shedeur was going to get picked at 21, and then we called it a day. And I said, my son got me and said, Dad, Falcons traded back up in. And I thought seriously about doing it, but then like a few minutes later, I saw my compadre get on there, and I said, you know what? He got it from here, and I went to sleep.
Oh man, we was on there till like 2:00 in the morning, like 2:30 in the morning, man. I took off the day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I always take off draft.
You just like me. I take off for the draft. I do the same thing. John Brooks says, Uncle Steve, are you surprised that Shedeur is completely fallen out of the round 2? If you missed the early conversation with Lowe, we were talking about that. I mean, right now, I don't know unless it's somebody that truly is saying, oh, he's the guy we really want to get. You could possibly see him fall much lower in the draft. I'm looking at the next pick, the next teams after Chicago, and I don't think Chicago's getting a quarterback. Now the Saints are up next.
And I think that's who's taking them.
It could be the Saints that do something with that.
I think that's who's taking them up. In all honesty, I feel like the Saints are going to get them. I mean, because the thing is, I mean, first of all, if they don't get him, it's a possibility he could fall to the 3rd round.
That's true.
That's
true.
I mean,
Kiera said the Patriots on the come up.
Yeah, they legit are. They putting together.
They had money though, Kiera. That's the one thing we didn't have. So all that money, I hope it comes. I hope it. Actually, I don't because I don't like Patriots. But hey, if you got the money, you can do that. Man. But I apologize. I stopped your train of thought. Go ahead.
Nah. You good? Yeah, I mean, I think the Saints could get them. And Kier, you right. The Patriots, they working down there. They got some help on the offensive line and got a new running back. Do they still have the kid from Minnesota down there?
Which one? I know they got Rattler and.
Not talking about the Patriots.
The Patriots.
The running back.
Which one?
What's that kid's name? The kid from Minnesota. He came out like 3 years ago.
What's my boy's name? Ramondre
Stevens.
Ramondre. Yeah, Ramondre.
He's still out there.
Yeah,
right?
He's still there.
Oh,
he's still there.
I mean, nowadays you kind of need 2 running backs though.
Chicago gets another receiver for Caleb and Luther Burden. Brother. See, I like the fact that these young men are staying at home and doing their thing in front of their families. I think that's more intimate to me than walking across the stage. The stage thing is cool, but I think I like the fact that they have the parties at their home, have the TVs come in. I think I like that.
If it was your choice, which one would you do, huh?
I'd stay home.
You stay at the house?
I stay at the house. Because it looks more like you have, you got your tribe there with you. Your village is there supporting you. As opposed to when you out there on the stage. Yeah, I'm not saying people are fake about it, but I'm just saying you got the people closest to you. Speaking of which, gossip of the night, I did not realize new Falcon James Pierce Jr. is dating Rakia Jackson.
Yes, sir.
From the LA Sparks. Yes, and I like Rakia too. And I didn't put 2 and 2 together. I saw somebody put it on the thing. And you see the young man now when they come out there and and they either sit next to their mama, or their girlfriend, or their wife, or whatever it is. And I saw her out there, and I didn't pay any attention. I'm like, all right, same old girlfriend, blah blah. Then somebody said, "Oh wait, man, that's Rakia Jackson." I said, "What?" Yeah. So, hey, man. So for all you ready to start talking about her gold digging, she good.
She good.
she good.
All right.
She was good. She was good before,
right?
And she one of the best young players too, man. She was a baller. I mean, is a baller. I should say was. Douglas says Terry cooked last night with the draft. I was happy. Falcons rise up. A lot of dogs say, got that copper fit under the t-shirt. That's right. That's right. Don't hate the player. Hate the game. Sometimes you got to let them. Yeah. Look, man.
Let a naysayer know.
I'm bringing sexy back. Yeah. The bitch said, Uncle Steve said, hold on, y'all must didn't hear all his number one hits. I know that's right.
What number one hits?
Hey, don't you start. Don't you start. Don't you start.
Everybody in the chat knows.
No, stop.
Everybody knows. Everybody knows what time it is. Look, you can fake the fuck much as you want to, boy. Everybody knows what time it is. Number one hits. I hear you. I hear you. Man, look, they taking a long time.
They sure are. It'll be interesting. Let's see what happens. I'm trying to see if we got any movement. A lot of hugs. All right, a little smile.
You showing Dion.
Let's see if we get a shot. And folks, we know we are Atlanta Falcon fans. We are not celebrating anything that the Saints are doing whatsoever. But it is interesting to see if they do end up sending one of Dion's boys to our rival. Kiara says, dang, who's going to get Will Johnson? That's a good question, Kiara. That's a very good question. Will has fallen like a rock. Man, and I know he was hurt. I know he had the ACL, but somebody's going to get him a very good player once he heals up.
Man, they celebrating and they're like, they just drafted the quarterback.
Man. I was trying to see. Okay. Let's see it. Trying to see if they say put their poker face on or not. All right. They say the pick is in. Let's see what we got going here.
Man, Saints, boy. Golly.
Let me come down a little bit. Let's see. Who is this? Somebody, former Saint? Who is this? Who is this scrub over here?
Wow, scrub.
Hey, if he got I knew that was him. That's the guy that just retired. I'm glad he did too. He was a pain. He's a pretty good player.
Oh yeah. Right.
Oh wow!
Wow.
Man! The ultimate disrespect.
Wow.
I'm gonna tell you right now, y'all. I'm gonna tell you right now. Wow. Listen to me. Listen to me. Folks, this is real. This is absolutely real. Folks, people are not believing the hype. People are not believing the hype. Just plain and simple. Just plain and simple. People are not believing it.
That's crazy.
I mean, wow. I mean, listen, these are things that I was talking about, and I'm not trying to say this young man out of Louisville. I'd heard of him before he got drafted. I do, but wow.
I watched him play. He a pick six waiting to happen in the NFL.
I saw him during the combine, and he didn't even have an accurate arm. He was throwing the ball down there, but the receivers are like 3 or 4 yards down the field.
It was like Desmond Ritter.
He was worse than Desmond Ritter.
Dang, go.
Tabro said head scratcher. John Thompson is really what we should be saying. Good pick, Hanks.
Exactly. I'm happy. I'm good with it.
Listen. Nobody is trying to get any semblance of good folks at the Saints. Trust me. Latoya says, I'm glad the teams in our divisions draft picks are mid. That makes 2 of us. Demetrius says, Tyler, he's going to be a scrub. Listen, he was okay, but he does not grant to me. I wasn't looking at him as a starter, but it's very interesting. Maybe they thought he was, maybe he thought he was teachable.
When he scored too. Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, that was, I don't know what that was he was doing, but that was so good.
He's doing a little teapot.
William Baby said Derek Carr is hurt beginning of the season. Oh yeah.
They saying he's faking the injury. That's what people saying.
But see, that's weird though, because they just gave him some more money. What else he want?
I mean, dude, maybe Kirk Cousins his age. I mean, maybe him and Kirk Cousins got the same age.
John Thompson said I would have taken Milroe over him. Nah, hold up. That's so slow.
What's wrong with Milroe?
Slow your roll, man.
See, that's why Milroe said he's gonna let a naysayer. No, that's why he did that. You know
Milroe
that's brand, right?
For a quarterback, Milroe runs fast. Milroe is a couple of lucky passes away from losing to Georgia and being 7 and what did they end up? 7-5 or 6 or 8-4?
5, I believe.
7-5. He's a lucky pass away from being 6-6.
Man, look, that's
only thing he has on his resume is beating Georgia 2 years in a row.
Like I said, that's why that man said that's the name of his brand. You heard the link,
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So he's gonna let a naysayer. No, that's why.
Oh, what was that? Was that College Game Day when the dude had the t-shirt? He was like, "No, I know what it means, guy. I'm not getting in your cultural things there."
But what I know is let a naysayer.
That was some of the funniest stuff ever. Millie Mills say collusion at this point. I'm not sure if there's collusion or maybe just people don't think he's that good. I don't know.
Man.
But man, I was sure, man.
I thought for sure he was going to the Saints. I thought for sure he was going to the Saints.
Wow. So now I'm looking. The next few teams are the Jets, Frisco,
Ooh.
Dallas,
Ooh.
the Colts, LA.
Look, I mean, all of those
Dallas. If you get to Dallas, that would be interesting right there. Wow.
Bro, I mean, do you think Jerry Jones is gonna open up
for
that whole pack of worms?
Dion, he might.
He
drafted that he drafted Vaughn from Kansas State for his other coach.
He sure did.
And Vaughn hadn't been on the field but 1 or 2 times.
Yep.
Rusty says, Terry said F them picks. I love it. The only way it's a bad move is if we win 4 games, Pierce up, and everybody gets fired. The Rams have our pick, which is top 5, but I love the aggression. Our pick is going to be top 5 next year. Our top's we're gonna have a low round pick next year.
What you thinking? 20 or lower?
I'm thinking, what is the playoffs? So that would be 14 teams. So 20. We're gonna win the division. So yeah, I'm thinking maybe about 24 or lower.
So are you thinking we're gonna win the division based off of the picks that we made last night?
I think we're gonna win the division off of the guy who's throwing the ball in the backfield.
Wow.
I think that had we made that move sooner, we were probably a game or two from
playoffs.
We would have made the playoffs, bro. We would have made the playoffs.
You put that on your boy. Put that on your boy Raheem.
That you got to.
Raheem came and said. Raheem said Kirk Cousins is the reason why we're where we're at right now. But Kirk Cousins is also the reason why we didn't go to the playoffs.
Hey man, is he lying?
Take us out.
Is he lying?
What, saying that Kirk's the reason?
Yeah. Is he lying? Now, Raheem got to take some credit.
Yeah. I mean,
Kiara say I'm lying. She said Dallas not taking Sanders. They too Coco. Oh man. Okay, so I want to ask a quick question. We're gonna do one of the Big Lowe's polls. I'm make sure I assign that. This is one of it's time for Big Lowe's polls. This is the question. Kirk Cousins showed up for practice this week in an effort to show the Atlanta Falcons that he can be a team player. If you think Kirk Cousins has changed his spots and is now ready to do what he needs to do for the team, put a 1 in the chat. If you think Kirk Cousins just won the Academy Award for being a real good teammate, put 2 in the chat. So in other words, 1, if you think Kirk Cousins is actually serious and saying, I'm going to be a team player, or 2, if you think that was just a facade and he's just trying to look out for his next paycheck wherever he's going. There are a lot of 2 folks. I didn't even say start putting 2s, and they got about 7 of them in the chat already.
Oh, that question was so absurd. I put a 2 in there myself.
Hold on. Wait a minute, y'all. Can I get 1 in there?
Oh my God. Now you see why I do the polls, because you see instant feedback. It's instant.
Wait a minute. Hold on. There it is. Just give Dre a hand for being bold enough to say he thinks Kurt has redeemed himself. Man. And he is going to be that awesome teammate that Michael Penix needs going into the year.
That old Joker been twisting snakes together, selling that snake oil. Man.
And John Thompson with Spanish on his dos.
See, I'm glad you read the comments, because I would not have gotten that reference. I'm glad you read.
Meat say, what about when the Baltimore folks say 2-2-2?
T.
Y'all are wrong, man. Antonio J says 2. There's a reason Matt Ryan is mentoring Michael Penix and not Kirko. Man.
Wow.
Kiara says that's AI. He didn't put 1.
Hey, Kiara.
Y'all, Kiara on fire. Y'all look terrible. Man, so much for that poll going in one direction.
Man, what? The people spoken up.
Kirk says, John says Kirk is robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Wow.
Demetrius says Kirk Cousins is nothing more than a journeyman and a money grabber. He the richest journeyman in the history of the NFL, though, because he done got his money. That's for sure. I tell you, man, this is pretty amazing, though, folks. I really, and again, this isn't about folks. There were mock drafts that had Shedeur even going number 1 prior to April. So it's not like this is a stretch. I think a lot of people are surprised that this is going like it is.
Free falling.
Free.
Free
Sing it low.
Dun, 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 'cause he's free. Dun, 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 dun. Free falling.
Hey man, he is big time free falling. Oh man, Brian Cadillo said, "I'll take Kurt is capping for 2, Alex."
Y'all crazy, man.
He went the Jeopardy route. Oh y'all,
that's crazy.
Oh man, Willie Dot says Matt Ryan is mentoring Michael Penix. That's awesome.
Yes, sir.
Jay Fred said that ain't Kirk Cousins. That's Kurt's cousin.
Wow.
Y'all on fire, man. James says Kurt robbed Peter and Paul. Oh. JMB might have the line of the night. He said Trump even spoke on it.
Boy,
man, y'all. Montage TV say they blackballing Sanders. Are they? I mean, are they?
Oh, look at John.
Are they?
John Abraham out there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, representing the Jets, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
It's their 20th anniversary.
That's crazy. I wonder where he is in sacks with them.
Oh no.
That's a.
Oh, they got that tight end from LSU.
Mason Taylor. That's a good pick. That's a very good pick. While we waiting to get down into the I didn't
know that.
Yeah, Jason Taylor. That's Joy's. They were talking about that. That's Joy's nephew.
Wow, I did not know that. Okay.
Mm-hmm. She was talking about that. Yeah, that's. I wanted to talk a little bit about Kyle Pitts.
Ooh. Kyle
Pitts was on Cam Newton's 4th and 1 podcast the other day, and I wanted to hear what you thought about it, Lo, and I want to hear what some of y'all in the chat think about it. Let's face it, y'all, we ain't got to pick for a while, so we're going to talk some other stuff too. So Kyle Pitts wants you to believe that there were so many other things that people aren't looking at when it starts. If anybody saw the podcast, it was a good interview. Don't get me wrong, and I
didn't see it.
Yeah, check it out if you get a chance.
Okay.
And he was very transparent and pretty good. But he said that there were a lot of things that people didn't know that was going on as far as him not being able to produce as much and all of that. And he thinks that he's gonna, have a really good year going into the year. And there were a couple of people I've seen comments where people were saying, well, Kyle Pitts is going to turn it around because now that Michael Penix is here, he can do all this. My answer to that with the Kyle Pitts thing and the bad quarterbacks, we were just talking about the Raiders a few minutes ago. The Raiders had Aiden O'Donnell and Desmond Ridder throwing the ball last year. And Brock Bowers, who was a 15, 16, 17?
Yeah, something like that.
He was a first-team All-Pro. So are you believing what Kyle is trying to sell? Or
whenever he said there were things going on behind the scenes, did he allude to anything? Like,
not really. He was just saying that people may not have realized that, there was some things going on, like, certain passes weren't, certain plays that weren't meant for him and all of that. There were just thoughts that maybe it wasn't him and it wasn't him not trying that was causing some of the disconnect last year. Almost like he kind of wanted to throw Kurt on the bus, but he didn't.
Or Taylor Heineke or
right, Desmond Ridder or Marcus Mariota.
Okay. Well,
So that's why I am. What's your thoughts about Kirk Cousins, and do you think this can be a redemption year for him?
What, you mean Kyle Pitts?
What did I just say?
You said Kirk Cousins.
Ah, dang. Kyle Pitts. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, so I think it could possibly be a redemption year for Kyle Pitts because, you know, nothing motivates, in the words of Jalen Milroe, a naysayer, like a last year of a contract. And
this is true.
So I mean, look, he's in a situation where if he turns around and goes absolutely crazy, you know, he's in a win-win situation because he's either going to get paid by the Falcons or he's going to get paid by somebody else. So whenever, you know, he comes out and he plays well, and let's say he gets 70 catches for 1,050 yards, and, you know, it's looking like he's back on the ship again. I mean, it's like the lady said. It's like Eddie Murphy said. The lady said, "You know, what have you done for me lately, Eddie?" You know what I'm saying? And everybody who's trying to give him money is going to forget about 2023. They're going to forget about 2024, and they're just going to be worried about what he did in 2025. So I believe he could legitimately have a redemption year. Now, what happens in 2026? That's to be determined. But that redemption year legitimately could happen, especially if Michael Penix is out here slanging it, you know.
I hear you loud and clear. I think that's I really want do I have permission to do another big low poll?
Oh, come on now. You don't never gotta ask me for no permission to do a big low poll. Go for what you know.
Another poll from Big Low. If Kyle Pitts has a successful season, this is his 5th-year option. We have not extended him. If Kyle Pitts has a successful season this year, will you want to re-sign him to a longer contract? In other words, 3 to 4 years afterwards. If you want to sign Kyle Pitts,
that's a good question.
Put a 1 in the chat. If you do not want to sign Kyle Pitts and you're kind of like Antonio and say it's a contract, you take full advantage and let him walk, then put 2 in the chat. If Kyle Pitts balls out, do you 1, re-sign him, or 2, let him walk? Rusty,
so we got some diversity now.
Okay, we got some diversity. I see some folks saying 2. Philip says 1. Anthony says 1. Resign. Trinity says let him go. John says resign him. David says kick rocks. Well, he says franchise tag. Let me get that right. Jawan says kick rocks. Deanna says 3. I don't know which question she was watching, but I guess she was. Willie Doc said let him roll. No good. Says 1. Francis Hunt, how you doing? Says 1. Trinity says 2. Eric Terrell says 2. Atlanta Dog says 1, but on a mid contract. Antoine says re-signing either way. Okay. Deanna says it depends. James says 1, but not for the money Arizona tight end got. John Thompson says 50-50. T-Matt says she got her on her. Talk about Deanna when she had the 3. Oh, man. Philip Crawford said, if it's my quarterback, you want to stay, sign him. Kiara says, doesn't make sense. Then signs. Then it doesn't make sense. Then somebody has a great year and he give them away. Your other players will be confused on the standard. Well, the problem is I don't think he has hit a standard. Do you think, Kiara or anybody out there, do y'all think Kyle Pitts has given us Austin Hooper production in his 4 years? Low, do you think he's given us Austin Hooper production? In fairness, Austin Hooper had Matt Ryan, but
the first year he did, but
Okay, and the bigger thing there though, Lo, number 4 pick
overall.
Pitts overall, 3rd round pick Austin Hooper.
Yes.
I mean
there were some games where he had Levine Toilolo production.
Absolutely. Oh boy. And I skipped this around. Dallas, big move.
Big. I would just say they got my
guy. Yes. Donovan, help me out. There you go. Ezraku is one of the guys that I heard you talking about, and I heard a couple other people talking about on streams about him being pretty good opportunity to pick him. That's a good move by Dallas.
Yes, sir. He has a
good
great
move by Dallas. So the Shador slide continues.
It continues.
And the look, the Colts, Rams, Cardinals, Raiders are next. So let's see what they got. I don't think the Colts are going to do. They just signed Daniel Jones. So
I mean, shoot, I wouldn't turn it down.
Yeah,
I would. You know what I'm saying? Like, look.
You paying Anthony. You just paid. Daniel Jones to come in there. Oh no, that's interesting.
I mean, Anthony Richardson, what? He's coming on his last year, right?
Third
year.
Okay. Third year.
Mm-hmm. So they're going to decide whether or not they're going to extend that contract after the next year. I mean, heck on. It's like maybe you can see if you can move him, but I mean, he took himself out of a game, huh?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. John Thompson said not even close after the first year. Trinity said no. Atlanta Dog said Tony Gonzalez is the standard. 82 Marcalo, what's going on? He said he hadn't had the coaching Hoop had. That's true. Kiara says, but your question was if he balled out and has like 1,000 yards. Now, I didn't say he had like 1,000 yards. I said ball out. You could ball out as a tight end and have 800 yards and 10 touchdowns because usually the tight end.
Last year?
I'd be shocked if he had more than
like 600 or 500.
600 yards is not ball. So I should have probably said that, Kiara. So in my opinion, ball out to me is for a tight end. Doesn't have to be 1,000, but I would say at least 800 and give me 8 to 10 touchdowns. As far as that's concerned, I'm trying to see what the Falcon. Let's see in 2000. What's his name? I just said his name. Kyle Pitts.
I was like, about Kyle Pitts?
Kyle Pitts last year, and you called it right on the dot. 602 yards.
Okay.
47 receptions and 4 touchdowns. So let's say the standard would be 800 yards, double those touchdowns, and maybe get me to 80 receptions. I think that's what a baller.
I'll just take 20 more. I'll just take 20 more.
Okay, I'll go 70
more. Yeah,
I'll go 70
receptions.
I go 70.
I mean, because you think about it, like, I mean, the ball has to go all over the field, right?
True.
Like, I mean, you know, you got to get the ball to Drake London, Darnell Mooney, Bijan Tyler.
True.
You know, so I mean, Casey Washington. Hopefully.
Yeah. Dre may be right. It might be an unfair comparison. Yeah, because I understand you can't do well without quality quarterbacks. But the only reason I'm looking at the Raiders is because who did the Raiders have throwing the ball last year?
Your favorite quarterback.
And so that's my point. So if between him, Aiden O'Donnell, that Brock Bowers had a first team all-pro season, not Pro Bowl, all-pro season, over the likes of Mark Andrews, George Kittle, Travis Kelce, and folks like that, there's something that also says maybe it's more than just the numbers. But I don't know. That just could be. Rusty says if he's playing with effort, maybe we could resign him. But if he's doing the strolling and lollygag and stuff, let him go.
Hey, go.
Willie Dot says Pitt's best years was his rookie year and last year, which he's pretty accurate. So how many touchdowns do you think Kyle Pitts has had in 4 years? And I know he was hurt most of 2022.
I would say 12.
Okay. 10 touchdowns.
10?
10.
God, how many?
And I know the quarterback situation was bad, but
how many Brock Bowers have last year?
Probably 10. I haven't looked, but I bet you probably 10. Deanna says I'm not as hard on Pitts as many fans. It's not about being hard on Pitts as more than it is the expectation as somebody. He was the highest drafted non-quarterback in 2021. Not for the Falcons, in the NFL. He was the highest drafted non-quarterback player.
But wait a minute. Yeah. I know he wasn't drafted over Jamar Chase though, right?
I believe he was.
Wait, but he wasn't. But he wasn't drafted over Penei Sewell though, right?
Yes, he was.
Obviously, he wasn't drafted over Michael Parsons.
Yes, he was.
Oh goodness gracious, what's going on?
so that's my point. So again, this is not beat up on Kyle. This is about, hey, at some point you have to have a little bit of expectation for that. Carito says I'm waiting for Jalen Milroe to get drafted by. I don't know who you're going to get drafted by. You might want to get a pillow. Atlanta Dog 88 is
his 392nd pick. The bank head bouncer.
You might want to get you some coffee because you might be up for a while. If Jalen Milroe gets picked over Shedeur Sanders, man, I'm done.
With a 432nd pick, the West End paper bag select.
Now you laughing and watch somebody go pick Milroe. We laughing, watch and see.
Oh man, look, this could be a pick right here though. While you playing,
maybe the Rams. Yeah, my man can coach.
Yeah,
Sean McVay can probably build you up. Let's see what the Rams do. Maybe the Rams will be. Let's see. This would have been our pick, by the way.
Man,
this was gonna be our pick.
I'm happy with it.
I am not tripping.
I am cool with sitting and waiting on.
And it looks like they are getting a tight end.
Getting a tight end.
Tight end from Oregon, or aforementioned Oregon. All right.
Mike Green is still on the board, y'all.
Mike Green is still on the board. Will Johnson is still on the board. Folks, this is
crazy.
Not going according to the plan. Dre said, this Pitt slander must stop. When Kurt was balling, he was too. When Kurt went off his cliff, production dropped as well. Let's be fair here.
There were a few games whenever Kurt was going crazy, Kyle wasn't doing everything.
The Tampa Bay game,
those are
the one games that he almost gave back the touchdown.
Exactly.
The Tampa Bay game, but let's slow down on the multiple games that he was balling in.
Let's take those 2 Tampa Bay games out. Kyle Pitts would have been. His production would have been rough. Absolutely.
Rusty has a good question for us. He says, Stephen Lowe, here's a question. Is Purdy really worth $40 million? I think Shedeur can do what Purdy does, and I'm not a Shedeur guy, but Purdy is nothing special either. I'm going to answer your question. Is he worth $40 million? By NFL standards in 2025, the answer is yes. That's what the basic. Did you see what Gino just got?
Hello,
Gino. So it's not about. He is a starting quarterback in the NFL who has taken his team to the NFC Championship twice and the Super Bowl once. And actually, it wasn't one of those the defense completely carried them. Purdy was doing a really good job. It wasn't like he was completely a game manager. You know, there's Will Johnson off the board.
Off the board.
In with the Cardinals. That's a sneaky pick for Arizona. As Will Johnson finally comes off the board. Good for him. Good for him. And the injury messed him up, unfortunately.
It hurt him bad.
That hurt him pretty good. There were people talking top 5 pick going into the year. I remember folks were all over Will Johnson at the very beginning. So I do see how but I understand, you know, you want him to play right away. So I'm going back to the Purdy situation. You can't blame Purdy for the market. You can't blame Purdy for the market. Average starting quarterback these days is getting about $30+ million.
That's crazy.
You gotta sweeten the pie, but that's not his fault though, Lo.
No, it's not. You're right.
That's not his fault.
I'm just thinking about NFL inflation. It's ridiculous.
Right. Now, remember when we were all having a fit about how much money Matt Ryan was getting when he was re-signing his contract? Every time he signed his contract, it was like perfect timing.
Yep.
This is Purdy's time. If you look at Purdy, if you're Purdy's agent and you go look and see that they paid Geno Smith up to where his annual salary I think is $35 million, you can't pay him $1 million lower than Geno Smith.
You can't
do it, and it's not his fault. You know. Trinity says, no, Big Low, we keep making excuses for all this generational type talent who is supposed to be a franchise player at pick 4. He has to produce no matter who's back there. Hey.
Hello.
Yeah.
I am not. I agree with you.
Yeah.
You got to produce. If this is something that you say you're gonna do, like show me the baby. You know, all this you know what I'm saying? You know, show me the baby. You know.
M. Robert say Pitts ain't getting no targets like Brock with Bijan, Drake, Mooney, Tyler, and Ray Ray. Here's the problem with that, brother or sister. Was Kyle catching everything that we were going to him? I'm not trying to say he should be at least at 95 percentile. I got a couple of interceptions that'll tell you otherwise. He got Michael Penix, one of his first interceptions last year. So I'm not expecting him to. I hear what you're saying about the other guys. You're right, Bijan. And I'll say this: do you think Bijan would get the targets that he's getting if Kyle Pitts was getting open?
No,
not even close.
No,
not even close. And Tyler Algier isn't catching everything out the back. That's not his game. They're not trying to do that. Bijan, yes. Drake Mooney, yes. Ray when he comes in, yes. But come on now.
Look, if it's a situation where you have a guy who's drafted 4th overall, if you want to give him the ball, you give him the ball. I'm sure, Arthur Blank and the Falcons brass have came and said, hey, like, we invested a lot in this kid. We want to make sure we get something from him. Right. But I mean, at the end of the day, you could lead a horse to water, but it still got to drink. There's just been too many situations where we've seen Kyle Pitts take plays off. We've seen him quit on plays. I mean, and you said that he said himself in the Cam Newton joint that the ball wasn't initially supposed to come to him.
Right,
bro. Do you know how many people want to play tight end in the NFL? Man. You know what I'm saying? How many people want to play tight, and you got a chance to do it, and you ain't even doing that to the best of your ability because the ball ain't coming to you. My mom always told me, after a while, everybody tell on themselves. Pretty much. You gonna tell on yourself after a while. It's like I don't know if that's entitlement. I don't know if that's laziness, but you're saying, and like I said, I haven't seen it myself, but I'm getting mad listening to it. But you're telling me that he said, I don't know if you can hear it, but you're telling me that the play wasn't initially supposed to come to you, but you on the field and you're not ready for the ball to come to you. That's what you're telling me.
Hey man, you got to watch it for yourself, bro. Watch it for yourself.
I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can. I've been watching my blood. I've been watching for myself. My blood pressure. That's what I've been watching for myself. Golly.
Wow. Trinity says, "Hey guys, breaking news. My brother told me that the Steelers draft pick from last night just passed away.
What?
And was it him or his mom? I think that was his mom.
Oh man,
that was his mom that passed away.
Yeah.
I think that was his mom that passed away in the thing. His mom, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, that was his mom. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure.
Man,
yeah, that was the mom that passed away. I did see that story earlier where his mom passed away. And that wasn't the actual pick. It was his mom. But either way, shout out, man. That's prayers up for that, man.
Definitely.
Think about that young man. Dream of going to the NFL, and then all of a sudden, yeah, man, that's terrible. Absolutely terrible. But thank you for bringing that to our attention. That I did see that story right before, about an hour before we came on. I just hadn't said anything about it. But yeah, that was pretty sad. Pretty sad, man. That's oof. Can you imagine?
I'm telling you, boy.
Yeah, that's crazy. The David Starr says the quarterback in all his athletic arrogance, which I love, says he can fix Pitts. We're probably going to have to give him a chance to do so. Well, I think, listen, Michael Penix got his hands full, y'all. He got his hands full. He really does. He's got to feed all those wide receivers. He's got to redeem Kyle Pitts, and yet with all of that, still make sure Bijan gets the carries he needs to get to keep the ball down. I think it's he's got a lot on his plate. You're absolutely right, Trinity. Sad either way. Absolutely. Of course it is. Of course.
At the end of the day,
of course it is. Of course it's sad.
At the end of the day, it's Kyle Pitts' responsibility. It ain't Mike Penix' responsibility.
It's not. It's not.
At the end of the day, it's like someone, getting a significant other and saying, "Oh, I can fix them." No, like you can't fix her, you can't fix him. If somebody is who they are, then there's really nothing that you could do about it. I mean, it is what it is.
Tierra said it. She said, "I don't know about fixing Pitts. Pitts gonna have to fix himself."
Hello, look, Tierra, you hit the nail on the head, my friend. You hit the nail on the head.
That's it. That you can put it down there. T-Matt says, "Get all you can out of him this year and move on." And listen, that would be a great you talking about compensatory pick? that's when you would get a nice compensatory pick if he balls out. Because I think if you have a really good quarterback, you can make a good tight end.
Oh yeah.
I mean, think about what Matt Ryan did for Austin Hooper.
Yes.
Austin Hooper, again, 3rd round pick. And got him paid from Cleveland. Cleveland looked at they like,
paid to this day.
Still getting paid. Cincinnati Bengals just picked up Demetrius Knight Jr., linebacker from South Carolina. We are 49 picks in. We are getting to the 50th pick in the draft. If you would have told me to go on FanDuel or whatever other betting site and took the bet to tell me that that Shedeur wouldn't have been in one of the first 50 picks in the year, man, I could have put $5 on that one.
Man, what you talking about?
At least. Douglas says, I think Penix will do good this season. Gene Davis says, if you feed Pitts early, he won't check out the game early. We got to stop trying to make him a wideout. That could be true too.
Yeah.
Trinity says, would y'all trade Pitts and Kirko in a package deal for a 3rd and 5th? I'd do it in a heartbeat. Kind of depends on what you get back. If you tell me Trey Hendrickson is on the other side of that, absolutely.
Well, he's there for a 3rd and 5th, though, right?
Oh, wait. Oh, for just the 3rd and 5th?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man, please.
Yeah, do that one, y'all.
No, I can't do that. I can't do that.
Shoot, you talk about a 2nd and a 3rd now.
I can't do that. I thought you were talking about like as part of a deal for somebody. Oh, no. I can't do that. Willie Doc says Hooper did catch a touchdown in Super Bowl 51. Absolutely. Atlanta Dogs say keep falling DBs. Yeah, Rebel. That's our boy from East Carolina, right?
Yeah,
Rebel. So he's still falling down the charts. John Brooks says, do we draft Green? Is he still on the board? If he's still there when we get on the board, what's your thoughts? If he's still late in 3rd round?
No, I ain't gonna do him.
Yeah.
I mean, the pass rushing room is getting pretty full. You got
it is
D'Angelo Malone,
mm-hmm.
Brett Trice, Leonard
Right. Oh, did you start that conversation with D'Angelo Malone?
I started it with I was starting from the bottom and I was moving up.
He was doing some Drake starting from the bottom. Okay, I was just making sure. I was like, if that's the first thing you thought of, he said rushers, and the first thing he said was, "Oh, you got D'Angelo Malone."
Got D'Angelo Malone. Like, wait, what? D'Angelo Malone?
Now, it's going to be interesting to see too what ends up happening. We haven't even seen Braylon Trice hit the field yet. So that's almost like getting another rookie back out here on the squad. I am so excited, and I'm going to call him a new addition because we really haven't seen him. So you talking about Floyd, Pierce, Walker, Trice, all on your team. I don't know. I don't know if Diablo is supposed to be that player or not. I don't think he's that guy. But at the same time, man, that's a new room.
That's a new room. Brand new room.
And I'm gonna tell you, Troy Anderson might not want to buy that house too soon.
Man,
he might not. Athleticism or not, unless there's a place for him on special teams.
And there's a whole lot of athletic people in the Olympics. You know what I'm saying?
I absolutely know what you're saying. This is David Stark says, Lo, why did you foolishly mention D'Angelo Hall being on this team? You don't know football. I can't see the rest of it. It got cut off. You can't see it. You can't see it on this side. David said, "Oh man."
Yes.
Trinity says, "Bro, nobody wants Kirko, unfortunately, and they don't want us to pay the contract fully. We're gonna have to sacrifice somehow. I mean, some way. I'm not gonna let him go for nothing." Yeah, I don't think. Look, it's in our best interest unless somebody comes up with a deal that nobody's gonna pay $20 million of his contract. I think you might see somebody special that may need somebody and say, I'll go halfway on you. I'll go 13, 14 just to get him off the roster. What's your thoughts, Lo? Do you think he's going to still be on this roster before training camp?
Now, I was going to ask you, Cleveland, did Cleveland take a quarterback yet?
No, they did not.
Man, I ain't going to lie. It's like I'm just keeping an eye on Cleveland and Pittsburgh. And that's and that's another motivation of watching this watching day 2. I feel like a trade could be made. Look, there's a possibility that we all could be wrong. Everybody put those twos in the chat. Kurt may have turned a new leaf and is planning on being here for the 2025 season. I mean, like I said, if I were the Atlanta Falcons, I would keep him myself, and
Well, from a monetary standpoint, you almost have to.
Yeah, I mean,
You
you
really
legit
can't.
do. You legit do, and from I mean, shoot, you got a essentially a rookie quarterback. I mean, he's gonna learn. He can learn from Kirk whether or not Kirk is trying to help him, because
That's true.
you know what I'm saying. I
That's
mean,
true. Oh no, that's true.
whenever Kirk is learning everything in the quarterback room, just in case he has to come in a backup quarterback role, and he throws ideas and throws terminology and everything out there, Michael Penix can learn from it.
I don't have a problem with him being here. I like everybody else. I don't think it's that bad of a deal to me. But it as long as he can come in, and again, obviously nobody believed him, but I do think they can coexist. They coexisted last year.
Yeah.
And then let's not pretend like quarterbacks can't get hurt. Quarterbacks can get hurt, and if he does, if he has turned a new leaf, maybe he can be redeemable. Deanna, I think that was actually Will Johnson that had on all white yesterday.
Yeah,
wasn't that Will Johnson that had the white on all white yesterday?
Yeah,
I think it was. She said who the corner that had. I think that was Will.
Oh man, Panthers traded up.
Panthers traded up, and who is this out here talking? That ain't Ray Carruthers. Who is that?
Whoa!
Oh, that's true.
A lot of young Thundercats don't know nobody.
I'm sorry. Juba got Nick Scorton from Texas A&M.
Oh, they got that pass rusher.
Okay, so they still trying to replace Brian Burns. They haven't been able to get that edge. They got the defensive line. They have a defensive line now.
Oh yeah,
that defensive line is stout. They just need that other person.
Now they said that was the one on Texas A&M that was really killing them.
Right, not Stewart.
Not Stewart, who averaged a sack a year.
Philip says, y'all give me your best defensive package that you want to see run, stop, and blitz. I'll let you take that, Lo.
Let's see. Run, stop, and blitz. Now, whenever you say stop, whenever you say stop, what you talking about? You talking about like a the 3rd and 7 kind of scenario? We're trying to get off the field, or
I don't know what Philip was talking about. I'll let Philip answer for you so you can see.
Well, I'll just give you just a good lineup. We'll go Mike Hughes and Taysom Hill at the corners on the outside. Let's go Clark Phillips playing at nickel cornerback.
Okay. There you
go. Have Fuller and Jesse Bates lined up as your safeties.
For now,
we're gonna go sub linebackers, and let's go with Diablo and Caden Ellis. Diablo, he could be my roam all over the field. Caden Ellis, you could blitz him down or have him spot a quarterback. And then up front, let's go with up front. I mean, because you just got so many people that you can put up front now.
Right.
Let's go with Braylon Trice, because he's like 270, 260.
Ooh. Okay.
Then let's go David Onyemata.
Okay.
Let's go Zach Harrison. And let's go Jalen Walker.
That sounds pretty good.
Yes, sir.
Are you surprised Onyemata is still on the team?
Not really. I mean, look, you need some sort of veteran presence.
Mm-hmm.
You just can't have a whole bunch of young Thundercats. They be thinking this is a slumber party.
Well, the only reason I ask is because it sounded like clearly they asked Grady to take a cut and he didn't. And I'm looking at Onyemata, and they haven't asked him to take a cut as of yet. Now, I don't know if that's something that they're gonna talk about pretty soon. I'm getting ready to pull it up right now.
Well,
So
I mean, you look at Grady numbers. Look at Grady numbers and look at Onyemata numbers from last year. Grady numbers. I mean, they were very identical. But Grady was
absolutely.
Like what, 2.5 times more?
Well, yeah, but Onyemata is still right now. Onyemata is the third highest player on the team at 33 years old.
Yeah, man.
That's. I mean, look. Hold on. Let me. Hold on. Let me bring this up for 1 second. I'm gonna bring this back. Hold on. Let me get this right quick so you can look at this, folks. We are here, Big Low, Uncle Steve's Lounge, checking out the day 2 of the draft. We are trying to pass time until our Atlanta Falcons make their move. It's gonna be a minute, so we are just kind of what the old folks used to say, shooting the breeze.
Hello,
and until we get to some significant picks. And if you're not paying attention, folks, Shedeur Sanders has yet to be picked as of right now. Look at the numbers right quick. Okay, we know Kirko is going to make his money. There's nothing we can do about it, and it's worse if we cut him. If we cut him, we have to incur an automatic $63 million salary cap hit. Jesse Bates, I have zero problems with Jesse making his $22 million. That's probably one of the best safeties in the game.
Yes.
The next highest payer, actually the next 2 highest payers on the team, are David Onyemata at $16 million and Caleb McGarry at $16 million. A lot of people still give Caleb McGarry a lot of grief. Folks, our run game doesn't do what it does if you don't have big Caleb on that edge. I know there's some concern about blocking, pass blocking it is, but there's no doubt when Bijan runs to the right. Trust me. Go look. Go check it out. So I'm just surprised that they haven't moved him yet. I'm really moved him or at least adjusted this money. That's a lot of money that you're paying him. And it's his production. You were saying last year with Grady. Yeah, Grady was making a good little amount, but goodness gracious. That's a lot, y'all.
I mean, it is. But
I know
look, at the end of the day, man, it's like, dang, you got to follow through with somebody's contract. Like, you know,
yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true.
You know, you don't want to be a situation where like nobody wants to come. Be like, man, look, man, the Falcons, they'll stiff you. Like, you got to pay somebody all the way through.
Hey, you got to. Our nemesis is on the clock right now. Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Could Tampa Bay take a chance on Mike Green? Mike Green is just rolling down the list as well. Best available from the folks at ESPN right now. They have Mike Green right now on the board as the best available. Darius Alexander at tight end. I'm sorry, tight end. At defensive tackle from Toledo. Siobhan Revel from East Carolina. Shedeur Sanders at number 4. Jarrett Wilson from Georgia, center. Other names that we're looking at, Kevin Winston from Penn State is on the list. Y'all remember Jack Bech from TCU, wide receiver? He's on the list. He's down here. And trying to see is anybody significant. Tate Rutledge, for those of you who love the Dogs. Tate Rutledge at guard. He's down at 21. So got a lot of folks that are still out there trying to make it on the draft board. Tampa Bay is up there now. Simeon Rice, boy, Simeon Rice was a absolute man. Boy. That was a bad boy.
It looking like he still give you
20, he
20,
does.
20 downs.
He's still in good shape. They get a cornerback, Benjamin Morris, out of Notre Dame. See if they can get some help for our buddy over there.
Baker.
Baker, yeah. That's try to tell you.
I'm surprised they drafted another wide receiver last night, though.
Well, I mean, that says one or two things. That says I'm wondering what they're thinking about the future of Mike Evans. Because they just re-signed Godwin, right?
Yeah. And they drafted Jalen McMillan last year.
You got a good point. Kiera says Godwin gets hurt. He does. Yeah, Greg in the ATL says Shedeur being blackballed early because of Dion. I don't think it's Dion per se. I think look, man. Folks don't want flash, man. They want real substance, even if you got to play around a little bit with it. In other words, it's cool to wear the flashy jewelry. It's cool to talk the confident game. It's all of that, but you got to back that up, folks. Shedeur Sanders is 13-12 in big time football. 13-12.
I didn't realize that was his record.
In 4-8 the first year, 9-4 the second year. Is my addition correct? I think that's right.
Yeah,
it's 4-8 the first year, and some will argue that against the big time competition, he really didn't show up.
Yep,
yeah, he didn't step up. Last year. I mean, not last year. Early this, late in the season, they had a chance to showcase themselves against BYU. BYU is by no means a juggernaut, but BYU was a solid team, and they got thrashed. Oof. Absolutely thrashed. So I'm just not in the boat thinking, you know, everybody is all high on him, and obviously the NFL isn't lying. I mean, we're at pick 54. We're not quite at the halfway point. Well, almost at the halfway point of the second round, and you still don't see Shedeur off the bat. And I'm trying to look. Who are the next teams? The next teams are Chargers, Bears, Broncos, Raiders. Anthony Belton from NC State just drafted 6'6", 336 offensive tackle. That's a big boy.
That's a big boy. You catch him at a buffet.
Ooh. Well, that's what I told y'all. That's what we need to do. Go to the cafe. But so back to your question, Greg. I don't think anybody's being blackballed. I think maybe there's just some honest criticism that maybe he's not that guy right now. And let's put it in perspective. Let me ask you a question, Lo. Cam Ward came out. He's the number 1 overall pick this year. Where would you have put Cam Ward with the picks we had last year? Where would you put him?
With the picks that we had.
So let me start. So we Caleb first, Drake. I'm sorry, Caleb first. Was it Jaden Daniels second? Was it Jaden second? Drake made third. I think that was the order. Okay, that's the order. Michael Penix. I keep forgetting my man's name. What's my man's name won the national championship? Minnesota.
JJ McCarthy.
JJ. What is it?
JJ McCarthy.
JJ and Bo Nix. Where would you put Cam Ward in that hierarchy?
Probably third.
Yeah. That's about where I am with that. That's probably where I am. I think had Shedeur come out last year, like a lot of folks thought he should have, because remember, he was eligible.
Yeah, sure was.
He was eligible last year.
He came back.
He came back. He wanted to help his daddy.
Yeah.
He wanted to help his dad. I don't blame him. That's dad. But I think had he come out last year, McCarthy doesn't go to the Vikings, I don't think. I don't think he does.
Wow.
I think he gets pushed. I think he gets pushed down. I think Shedeur would come into play.
Look, I wouldn't doubt it.
And so, maybe that's what we need to start looking at, folks. It's not about personality. Maybe it's not about his dad. Maybe it's not about blackballing. Maybe it's not about race or anything. That maybe he's just not that good. It might be. It just might be, dude. 2 other quarterbacks have jumped over him that had no business jumping over him, according to the scouts.
Come on,
early.
Man. That kid from Louisville ain't had no business going over Shedeur.
Well, but again, all these teams can't be telling a lie, and we're also in the second round, Lo. Maybe. Think about it. We're in the second round. There's no guaranteed money on the board. If you really wanted Shedeur, if you really wanted him, you can go get him.
Exactly.
You can get him. Think about this. And nobody's making a move. This is so similar to the draft with Kenny Pickett of 2022.
Yes.
Nobody wanted to make that move. Remember how upset Desmond Ridder was when he got drafted? Because he thought he was higher ranked than
Super Bowl.
They effed up, man. They effed up. And I'm saying, and we see 2 years later, maybe not.
They did mess up.
No, Terry messed up. We could have had a legitimate third round.
Exactly. He said you messed up.
Terry messed up.
You're gonna get out of me.
Okay, all right, chill out, Bo.
Oh man, let me go back and catch some of these. Willie Doss said these football execs do their homework. There is something to the character and player Shedeur that everyone sees. Hello. Deanna says, I thought he was going to the Bears. To the Raiders. Why did I see Bears out of that? T-Matt says, nah, that ain't disrespectful because ain't no way they picked the Louisville quarterback over Sanders. Actually, it is. They did. Trinity said, so go ahead.
I said, I'm just glad they did, in all honesty.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. So now it's him and Spencer Rattler that run for that job. Trinity says 3 in Shedeur is better than the Cam and Penix. 3 in Shedeur is better than the Cam and Penix. I'm trying to think who you talking about.
I think he was saying where would you put Shedeur and
3. Oh, okay. Yeah, and Shedeur is better than Cam and Penix. Is he better than Penix?
I don't think he's better than Penix.
Oh, I think he's better than Penix.
I think you pushing it. Huh?
Penix.
Better than Penix.
Might be better than Penix. Slow down. Everybody slept on Michael Penix. I remember talking to y'all about Penix a long time ago when he was at Indiana and transferred to Washington. And I'm trying to tell folks, prior to that run he made to the national championship game, Penix was big time. Yeah, it was just a matter of whether we were going to go get him or not.
Exactly.
Got a super chat in the house, Lo. It's all yours, brother.
He says, all I know is Ritter ain't named himself Desmond Winter. Hello. Da, da, da. That's a Superman chat. Look at here, man. Look, I mean, but see, the thing is, I own it. You know, I said, hey, Desmond Winter, we ain't worried about him throwing the ball in the net in practice. Practice? Not a game. Practice. Look, boy, you talk about somebody wrong, boy. Loud and wrong. That's me. Mr. Loud and Wrong right here, everybody. I was
Low made videos hyping this dude up.
I was.
Low made actual videos Overhyping this dude.
I was on the bandwagon.
He was on it.
I was on the bandwagon.
And I don't know why, but he was on it.
I just wanted to win, man. I just wanted to win.
Thank you, Iron Mike. Goodness gracious, man. That is, boy, I'm trying to tell you.
Wait a minute. Oh, you ain't dropping one of your tracks. Like, you don't,
oh shoot! Man. Oh, baby. Hold on. Let's get back to business. Hold on.
Don't feel shame because I'm on.
Here we go.
Uh-oh.
Steve Lounge. Uncle Steve's Lounge, you know we here. It's a
y'all see. Woo! Just give you a little taste.
Took it back with that one up.
What? Took it
back with that one now. Okay, then I see. I hear you.
Don't fall asleep on that bed condition.
Now, can I make a suggestion?
Of course you can.
I wouldn't mind getting a little bit of guy. In all honesty,
You know what? Look who coming out to make a pick. Seth Rollins.
What? Seth freaking Rollins?
That's Seth Rollins. That is Seth Rollins.
Yeah, that's him.
That's Seth Rollins. Oh, that's kind of weird because I would have thought CM Punk would have done Chicago's.
Well, I know Berto somewhere.
Oh, Berto's probably flipping out.
Boy.
He got the Chicago belt, boy. Yeah, you wanna make CM Punk mad.
Boy.
Wow.
Man,
wow.
It done got to the point where wrestling, man. It's like, they're doing stuff outside of the ring to create heat with each other now.
Dude, this is oh yeah, that's deep right there. That's deep. See, it struck my interest. Might be the biggest celebrity to come out there today.
Yeah.
Especially in Chicago, being in Green Bay too.
Boy,
I'm surprised they let him in the building. They let him in. Okay.
I know he's from Iowa. So maybe
that's it. Maybe that's it. ATL Doll says Shador is not better than Pennis. Yeah, I don't know what they talking about. Trinity says Shador had less talent and one of the worst O-lines ever seen. Shador also held on to the ball a lot more.
I mean, they spent how many millions of dollars on O-line?
They brought it. Remember, they made a big deal about all the folks that they were bringing in.
Yes,
on the O-line. So I ain't trying to hear all that.
They got all them NFL coaches.
Absolutely.
I mean, they did everything they could to, put Shador in a great situation.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Mario said this is crazy. Mike Green still hasn't been drafted. Absolutely. And that's Jawan says these teams aren't telling the truth. They are holding the line. The message is clear. Nobody is bigger than the Shield. Hello.
Nobody's bigger than the Shield.
Nobody's bigger. Trinity says, watch the tape. I've coached quarterbacks, and Shador is a pro-ready quarterback that has the right QB, LB mentors around him, i.e. the GOAT, Brady, and Vic teaching him how to be a pro. Well, Trinity, I guess they didn't get that memo because he's still falling well.
Free falling.
You might want to tell them that because maybe if they find out, somebody will pick him. Oh, Brady traded him. I think y'all might be misunderstood by how people are. Mentoring could mean calling him up and telling him what suit to wear. I mean, let's not try to pretend like.
You don't mean he talking to him, through every down and distant situation, guys. Like at the end of the day, Tom Brady can talk to as much as he wants to. He's still gonna do what he does.
Yeah. Michael Smith makes a good point. He said I think he's being blackballed. He was raised to be confident and cocky. He can't help that, but when he do get drafted, he's gonna make everybody go pay. Oh, I mean, who you gonna make pay? I mean,
everybody who didn't draft him, he's gonna be just like Desmond.
Yeah. Look, remember the last person that said something like that. Remember Mr. Josh? They made 9 mistakes, Rosen, that ended up on our team. Josh Rosen got picked number 9, and he's like, "Dude made 9 mistakes." I said, "Be careful." Be careful.
You don't even unpack his bag when he go to a team now. he know he gonna be there for long.
He made a pit stop here.
He sure did. He sure did. He started to got a quick trip hot dog and kept it moving.
Boy, y'all wrong. I got a super chat I missed right here, brother.
Shout out to James Holloway. Says, loving the show. Da da da. That's a Superman chat. Definitely.
What I got left over here? Let me see. Used to be the cold way I treat the listeners. But now I've grown. And in Uncle Steve's lounge, all I do is love to read your super chat. That's what I love to do. Yeah, man. See y'all, boy. I'm trying to tell you, man. Y'all better don't sleep on it.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Lord have mercy, boy. I can't do that with you.
Oh man.
Yeah, I'm putting in a suggestion. I want a little bit of Guy.
One little bit of Guy. Okay. Guy is hard to find music for. That's not copyrighted.
That is true. I do some Groove Me,
yeah.
Teddy Jam for me.
Yeah.
One of the 3.
I would love to put him on, but it's hard to find it. It's hard. Trinity says Penix had great wide receivers and a head coach that tailor-made his offense around him, and Penix is so much older than Shador, had an offense coordinator every year, had his O-lines on track.
All right.
That sounds like a lot of...
all right. Look, if you don't mind, can I do
a
poll?
Go ahead, brother. Hold on. All yours.
Look at here. I mean, it sounds like there's a Michael Penix, Shador Sanders. So I want to ask y'all what y'all thinking. Do you feel like Michael Penix is a better quarterback? If you do feel like that's the case, put a 1 in the chat.
Ooh.
Now, if you feel like Shador is a better quarterback, put a 2 in the chat. All right, Rattlers just went to the lines. Y'all let me know what y'all thinking. Which direction you think it should go? If you feel like Michael Penix is a better quarterback, put a 1 in the chat. If you feel like it's Shador, put a 2 in the chat. I mean, because, if that's the case, we might as well just draft Shador. Put the 1 at the first pick.
Gentleman's Journal said that it's got to stop moving the goalposts for Shador. Absolutely right. James Holiday. I'm just waiting for somebody to put a 2. So just to see. just to see.
Because everybody people like, man, Shador, Michael Penix had this, and this. And then Shador, he didn't have that. I mean, it's like, okay, well, all right. Y'all let me know what y'all thinking if that's the case.
Yeah, I do hear a lot. Yeah, that happens. T-Bat said, man, come on, man.
I thought it was the case as well, but there you go. Everybody's in here like, but Shador didn't have, he didn't have a running back. Oh, Shador, he didn't have blockers. Man, Shador got 6 toes on his left foot, man. I mean, like, what? There you go.
I mean, in that one sentence, he had like 3 different excuses for Shador Sanders. I'm like, listen, folks, nobody's making it up. I would go back to Gentleman's Journal. He says Shador is solid, but he's a project player. This is actually good for him. He's gotten his way for about all his life. Adversity ain't gonna kill him. He'll be okay. I think that's all right. He's gonna be. Matter of fact, folks, guess what? He's gonna be fine if he doesn't get drafted high, because he still probably got room at Sanders Inn down in Texas somewhere.
Yes. He's gonna be fine.
He's gonna be fine. Don't everybody that feels like they gotta make excuses for him, man.
T-Man said you better put his do-rag on. Y'all keep playing. That's rough right now, bro.
Put it on, bro. Put it on. Atlanta Dog says Shador should have went to the SEC and made a name for himself. Probably could. Trinity Clark said, that's cap, guys. I love y'all. Tate, though. We make a lot of excuses for players we like Pitts. Oh, no, and that's fine, brother. Listen, all opinions are always welcome. Nobody's trying to say that somebody's opinion is crap, but I will say we just can't, as my guy said, we can't keep moving the goalposts for Shador. We can't keep doing it. And if you don't believe us as talking heads here on podcast, go look at the guys right now that's making the picks. Go look at the organizations making the picks, y'all. The organizations making the picks are, not deciding to take them at all. Got another super chat. Michael Smith. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate you. Go hit it, Lo.
He says, if Mike Green is there at 101, should the Falcons draft him? Dun, dun, dun. That's a Superman chat. Now, with that being said, in the other chat, excuse me, T. Will said that Mike Green is getting picked up by the Ravens. So,
okay, we'll see. We'll see in 1 second. Let me throw something on here right quick for that super chat for you. Let's see what we got.
Trying hard to me. How could you let this be? I just want time to see. Chill with Uncle Steve. Chill with Uncle Steve.
Is he gonna hit it? Is he gonna hit it?
Hold on. I think I might have been sick that day.
Sweeter the beat of pig.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Yes, sir. Love it. Love it.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate it.
All y'all Thundercats out there, that's one of the greatest R&B albums of all time. Where I want to be Donnell Jones. Go listen to it.
But Donnell Jones, but come on now. Come on now.
I'm telling you, look back and listen to it. That's one of the greatest. I'm telling you, man.
Look, you're not going to, again, you had me with girl, you know what's up, and you had me with where I want to be. After that, I think it was okay. Guy, to me, is still one of the greatest. The original Guy album.
I agree.
Groove Me, Teddy's Jam, Round and Round.
Yes.
It's My Business.
Yes.
I Like. Spend the Night.
Look,
I said goodbye, right?
Say bye-bye.
That did. All of that, that was, yes. That was it.
All I'm saying
that was it.
Look,
Kira says,
just go back. You just go back and look. You go back and listen to that album. Look, I understand, girl, you know what's up, where I want to be, where the 2 radio hits, but you got to think about all this love waiting just for you. So don't pass it up, because you'll regret it, boo. Now, yeah, you tell me, come on, come on.
We'll agree to disagree. We're going to agree to disagree.
Man, come on. That thing was.
John Thompson said we need that Avant. I like Avant.
Man, my wife loves Avant, bro. I can't get into it.
I think it's all right though. It's all right. Envy Guy says, hey, what's wrong with James Pierce? A lot of people are speaking bad on his character. Is it overblown? I haven't done much research on this off season. I know I heard there could have been a couple of things, possibly, but the one thing Atlanta has one of the better morality clauses in the NFL, and I'm pretty sure they did their homework when you start talking about Pierce. I'm not as worried about it. I'm really not. What about you, Lo?
Well, I mean, anybody that was watching last night, I was saying, look, I know James Pierce, a little cousin. Whenever we were going through the whole recruitment process, we spent a lot of days up there in Knoxville, and man, ate dinner with him. I seen him practice multiple times. He's a fiery kid. He's a guy who, Coach Gardner used to be the defensive line coach in Georgia, the late 90s, early 20s. He believes in old school coaching, and he'll get in your face and tell you off. But, it's one of those situations where, whenever I seen him get on to, he would always come back and just play harder. So, it may be one of those situations where he's an emotional kid. And I'm going to be completely honest with you. I want that because we haven't had that on this team. Ruka Rororo, sitting in the terrace last year. Sitting behind him.
Right.
Rororo, he's an emotional guy. If you get a James Pierce, an emotional guy, do you know what emotional guys lead to? Sacks.
Absolutely.
Sacks. You know what I'm saying?
And to direct that, focus that energy in the right place on the field. And I think that's what we're hoping. And again, I think I saw that when you were mentioning that, talking about you getting a chance to see him. And that's, look, the Falcons are not gonna go that route. I think the closest you might have come to something like that might have been Tat McKinley. But Tat McKinley had very detailed things coming into that draft, coming into him being drafted. They thought they had that taken care of. I think this young man, I was looking at his press conference today. I think he held his own pretty good. Him and D-Led had a D-Led. I love me some D-Led now, but man, sometimes D-Led, boy, I need to read that shot sheet before you start asking no questions, man. D-Led be asking.
He be out of pocket. So,
dude, yeah, man. Man. And I like D-Led. I do like him. I ain't gonna lie to you. I do like him, but there's sometimes we were all watching it. Me, Tyler, my wife, we were all sitting there watching. Like, dude, what? What are you asking, bro? And James Pierce was giving it to him. What you say? He was asking him about what side he was gonna play on and how he was gonna do it. He said, whatever they're gonna tell me to do. Whatever they tell me. Yeah. And he asked him the same question and worded it a different way. And you can see James Pierce looking at him like, didn't I just say that?
I had to watch that. I had to watch that.
D-Led is he's something else. God bless him.
Because I was watching the press conference with Terry and Raheem last night.
Right.
And like D-Led basically told him that he didn't like the pick in so many words. He was like, yeah, what made y'all get James Pierce? I ain't gonna lie. I think he's kind of small.
That's almost one of those things where you say, as a quote unquote journalist, I'm like, bro, ain't nobody ask you what you thought in the press conference. In the press conference, we just want you to ask questions, and nobody asked for your opinion, D-Led. D-Led, keep writing.
How did it get here?
Mike Green, picked by the Baltimore Ravens.
T-Will was right.
So T-Will was on his got his information correct. So Mike Green on there. So another defensive guy with Baltimore. Baltimore is, oh man, this is beautiful. He is absolutely losing it. Good for him. Good for him, man.
Once again, Baltimore taking guys that
I was just about, but that's what they do, though. That's what they do. That pipeline, man. You got to give Ozzie Newsome what he started there, and the pipeline that he's continued to have there, to have these type of players. I mean, think about what this dude is gonna be in that system. He got a lot of folks around him too. So hopefully he turns out to be pretty good. But you know what? I think I'm happy with what we have, Lo. I'm happy with what we have.
I am too.
Good for him. We'll get a couple of these things. Avery White say, I swear I was just singing All This Love Come on now, that's a banger, yeah. All right now. All right now.
So don't pass it up, cause you'll regret it.
Uh-oh.
Say it away. Yeah. Boy, what you talking about? Stew. Man.
Deanna says goodbye, love. I remember that.
Yeah,
I remember that. Did I see somebody said what did I just see? Did somebody say Shorty? Now, was Shorty got her eyes on me on that album?
Yep.
It was on that same album?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That was a great album, man.
All right, I might have to give it a C+.
Go.
All right.
Go back and listen to it. That's all I'm saying. Go back and listen to it, man. It was a legendary album, man.
Oh man. LS. What's up, LS? Say so Sanders is trash now. 74% completion is a fraud stat now. Accuracy is not important. The NFL would never overlook a player. Us fans just don't understand talent of film. Got it, bruh.
Man, Larry Sanders. I don't know what
bruh,
LS for.
Bruh, LS act like we gonna start. LS, you can bring all that you want to. You get nothing.
Ain't nobody said that man was trash. So you look at it.
See, but that's what people do. You know, nobody sat here and said he's trash. Nobody said anything about a fraud stat. Nobody said, I didn't even mention the word accuracy until you just wrote it. So, I mean, if you're in your feelings about him not getting drafted, that's on you, bro. But all I'm saying is, if you talk about us fans don't understand talent, there are 60 picks before that says maybe they don't understand talent either because Shador ain't on the team. So don't argue with me. Dude, I can sarcasm with the best of them.
Man,
but that's
Mr. Larry Sanders. Larry Sanders.
Go on about your business with that mess, man.
Look, I've been telling you, you don't want to start no sarcasm competition with Uncle Steve.
I mean,
you know, that's something you want to do.
And listen, the funny thing is, I mean, I'm glad you typed all that out because that was just a lot of wasted fingers that you got on there, a lot of keystrokes. But you can knock yourself out with all that. Nobody on this platform said anything about him being trash. All I'm saying is there are 60 NFL picks, 60 NFL players that have been picked over him. Change 61 that have been playing over him at this point.
So petty.
I'm just here to show the facts. So you can. So you can go on about your business.
Wow.
Oh man. That
Trey Amos, you finally came off the board.
Trey Amos from Ole Miss, but still no Rebel yet, right? Still no Rebel, and we're coming close. We're almost. We got 2 more picks in the second round. Then we'll be to the Falcons. Gentleman's Journal said, gonna bust out Genuine on us in a minute. All right now. All right.
So came off the board yet, Coach Ronnie. He still ain't came off the board yet. I don't know. Uncle Steve getting in a sarcasm argument.
I ain't saying nothing, man. I ain't saying nothing.
The Saints had nothing.
Spencer Rattler, 2024.
Oh Lord.
No. They took another quarterback instead of him.
Hey, man. Oh man, got another super chat in the house. That's our brother Dre in the house. Coach's Corner. He said he's starting a new record label. I'm gonna sign you and Low to never come out record. Dang, boy.
That hate is real, boy. That hate is real.
You know what?
We get much haters.
Golly,
We
man.
get this much haters. Shadur Sanders out here, man.
Hit him with it, Low.
Man, look, we appreciate that, Coach's Corner. You still need to get that hate out your heart. That's that dun da dun. That's a Superman chat.
He wrong for that, bro. What are you doing? What are you?
Will you mind if I read super chats to you all the time while we're on the line? Yeah. Would you mind? If I answer for you in this super chat?
Oh, I didn't hit it again.
Oh man. Hey, Steve, you done got a whole bunch of new ones on there, ain't you?
Man, I've been busy. I'd have had a lot of time. Oh man.
You know what? I'm glad that I got you on here. I did want to ask you something.
Yeah, talk to me.
Have you heard that new Kendrick Lamar song?
Which one?
With
Luther?
SZA? Yeah.
Yeah. Luther.
How you feel about that song?
I understand, because that's what the generation does now. They take what they call classics and it's
man, did it mess like the original song up for you?
I think it messes the original up for me. And I'm not sure if Luther was around, he would have probably. Now, I don't know if Luther owned his own publishing, but I'm just not sure if he would have been a big fan of that. And I get it. I'm not trying to be a prude. I understand what they do in 2025. It's a whole different world. You take samples, you take songs. I get all that, but I'm not a big fan of that one. But more power to them, because at least the little kids will say, "Who was that did that song?" And at least they'll have a little bit of history when you start talking about that. So it's that's what I'm thinking on that. There's nothing wrong with that. Deanna said "Off the Wall." I like the more soulful Michael Jackson. I'm down with that. I'm down. I love me some Michael Jackson now. Michael Thompson said, "I'm tripping, man. The album was loaded with cuts." I didn't say it didn't have some cuts. I'm more messing with Low. It's actually a good album, Michael. I for the record, I like Donnell Jones. Me and him always play each other about that. I actually like Donnell. And dude, if you had three bangers off there like "Shotta Got His Eyes on Me," "Girl, You Know What's Up," and "Where I Want to Be," yeah, man. I can't give that less than a B+, A-. So that's a good album. I just don't think it's one of the best. Kiara said, "What's your favorite Michael Jackson album?" That's interesting. I think I just answered it over there. "Off the Wall," what Deanna said. Off the Wall was the. I don't think you get better than that. As much as Thriller gave the hits and Bad had the big #1 hits, "Off the Wall" to me still to this day, I think it's my favorite MJ album.
Yeah, I think I might have to go "Off the Wall" too.
Yeah.
That Invincible album was kind of slept on though.
Yeah, Invincible wasn't bad, but remember by that time Mike was in a little. Shamar Turner from Texas A&M goes to the Bears.
Wow.
In his pick, so Bears loading up on defense, looks like.
Yeah, man.
And they do. But yeah, I think I like "Off the Wall." The hits are cool. Thriller is nothing I can do about Thriller being what it is. Thriller is an awesome album, but if you ask me, that's my favorite. That's my favorite.
That Bad album.
The Bad album was good. I think I would go "Off the Wall," Thriller. Thriller, Bad, and then what was the last one? What was the one with butterflies and Rock My World? That was Invincible, right? Was that Invincible?
Was that Invincible? I can't remember.
What was the one?
That wasn't one.
Okay, what was the one with Jam?
Did they do my
That actually was a really good album too.
I think that was the one with Invincible.
That's my favorite. That's my favorite solo song for him.
Really? Remember the time?
Remember the time, bro.
Human Nature, man. Dude. Human Nature. That's the joint.
Yeah, Human Nature is actually pretty good too. But I love that. I love that. Jonathan Holder said, "What in the world, Bo? Love watching the Saints take a guy who's already an AARP member." Dang! I was the Holder with
Rock My World had Invincible on it. Yeah. So
LS said, "I never said y'all said any of that. My aim is at the NFL. Same NFL looked at quarterback films like Richardson, Pickett, and Jones, etc., but looked at Sanders and said, "Nah, I'm good." Okay, I got you, man. I was about to say
Dangerous. That was the
jam. Oh, Dangerous. That's what it was. That's what it was. All right, LS, we were about to bring you on here, man. We gonna have us a roast.
We ain't doing you like that, LS.
We ain't gonna mess you. We just playing. We just messing with you, bro. Dexter says, "Please don't be hating, LOL. Kung Fu Kitty, my guy."
Kung Fu Kitty with the Midas touch. Oh, Kendrick.
Oh man, nah, and like I said, it's all right, but I just gotta. I don't know. John Thompson said it's fine, just a little different, old enough to know better. He needs a little 112 cut. I actually did Cupid.
You did.
I did Cupid on one of the super chats. I have to bring that out for y'all. Coach said Bad is the greatest. Okay. Bad is good. Bad is good. Bad had some good hit. What was my favorite on Bad? I liked
Jam was on there. I'm sorry.
No, Bad. Well, Jam was on Dangerous. Jam was on Dangerous. Bad was Can't Stop Loving You. Bad.
Oh, I forgot.
You Make Me Feel. Man in the Mirror.
Dirty Diana.
Yeah, that had a lot of hits, but still, to me, Mike was more slick producing by then. I like soulful Mike, like somebody else was talking about back there. In my opinion. Gentleman's Journal say also Shador keeps telling teams what he ain't gonna do. He ain't gonna do the combine. He ain't gonna come to the draft. Meeting with all 32 teams with like a college recruitment. Come on, bro. There's a lot of people that aren't crazy about that. And remember, you're trying to sell yourself to an organization. And that I don't mean to sell. I know people, oh, not slavery or not. And nobody's saying that. I'm saying, but you are trying to interview for these teams. So you want to put your best foot forward, even with attitude. We already know who you are.
Exactly.
We know who you are.
You're the coach's kid.
Yeah, we know that. But now they want to see what you like outside of that.
When you ain't the coach's kid.
When you're not the coach, because Dion ain't gonna be. And you know what I think. And people and LS and a couple of pups, listen to what I'm saying on this one, and tell me, do you think I'm a little close?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that some teams might not want that outside interference if they're going to draft Shador? In other words, hypothetically, if the Raiders draft Shador,
mm-hmm.
and Dion going to be at the back step, waiting, to come in and give his 2 cents
mm-hmm.
to an NFL staff that wants to do it their way. And he comes in and says, "Oh man, y'all need to do it like this."
Or just imagine that coach Just imagine. So imagine they get Shador and the team does bad. What's everybody in the media gonna be saying?
Oh, absolutely. The interference.
They're gonna be saying they need to go ahead and hire Dion.
Well, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
So just imagine the situation that puts the coach in.
That's true. That's true. You're right about that. All right, I just did that low.
Oh, okay.
I got it. So you got that. So let's hold on, let me try to get to this right here. Had to take my whole screen down. David said Dangerous wasn't his best, but it's my favorite. Kiera was correcting us on Invincible, right? Dangerous. Why it said the blank y'all talk about. I don't know what you talk about. Why you gonna have to start? I don't know. Dre says Earth songs give him goosebumps. I like that song too. Earth song. Kim Possible, Kiera, I'm sorry. Kiera says, I feel like with MJ, you can't say what was the best album. You just got to say your favorite because a lot of it is so dang good. Yeah, you're right.
You're right about that, Kiera.
You're right.
You are right about that.
Gentleman's Journal say Off the Wall was MJ at his best. Brian said Bad had Smooth Criminal and Leave Me Alone. Yeah. Now, Leave Me Alone was on the extra version. On the original version, Leave Me Alone was not on the original album.
It wasn't on the original joint?
Not on the original. It was on it was a extended one that they like a deluxe that came out late. When it was first released, it was not one of the original songs on there. Liberian Girl was on there. Because really he released 7 songs on there. And the only ones that he didn't release was Liberian Girl and the Stevie Wonder song. Just Good Friend, Baby Love Me with Stevie.
Man, Texas, Eagles got that safety.
Yuri in the house, bro. What's going on? What's up, Yuri? How you doing, brother? Good to see you. Always repping, brother. Always repping. Always. Everywhere. Hank Deasy says, would you guys be upset if we draft a center in the 3rd round?
I want a corner. I want a corner in the 3rd round.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that either. I wouldn't mind that. And we are in the 3rd round, by the way. So we are coming up pretty soon. And since we're making a next round move in here, let's bring in a 3rd member that represents the 3rd round coming in. It's our brother T-Will in the house from what T-Will is on everything, man. It's like goodness gracious. T-Will, what is T-Will not on? So let's give him a hand as he comes into the building. What's going on, my friend?
And what's going on? How you doing, Uncle Steve? I appreciate the invite. Thank you so much. Big Low, how y'all doing tonight, man?
Man, we struggling and surviving, bro.
That's true.
T-Will,
I'm gonna put you right up the bat, right away. LS makes a very good point. Question: whose character was worse, Shedeur Sanders or Caleb Williams? That's a deep one. That's a deep one.
I don't want to say Shedeur has character issues. I want to say he's a little immature. Now Caleb, I could see that. Shedeur is, if you want to say he's a little entitled, okay, I can see that. If you want to say that his self-image is a little out of touch with how the world sees him, okay. But these are things that are easily fixable. So that we do this exercise. I've been a corporate trainer for years, and we used to do this exercise called "How You See You" versus how others see you. Right now, obviously, Shador has this grandiose opinion of himself, and look at if you can do it, there's nothing wrong with that. And sometimes that doesn't align with what other people see. And I understand that there was just a his interviews did not go well, and he may have rubbed some folks the wrong way. That's fixable. I definitely think Shador works hard. I don't think there's a character issue there. To me, with Caleb Williams, there seems to be a disconnect. There seems to be a complete disconnect between basically how you interact with certain teammates and leadership. I would say Caleb's issues are more leadership focused, whereas guys just didn't want to follow. Whereas Shador is more, I'm that dude because my daddy was that dude. And what Shador is going to realize is, no, you got to go and get it for yourself. And I think he will. So and look, that doesn't mean I'm right, but in my humble opinion, if we're comparing, I think Shador's issues are fixable quicker than Caleb's, because I think Caleb's issues are just self-ingrained, and I don't know that he's necessarily going to work out in Chicago. He may be great, but I feel like Caleb is going to have to fall on his face before he realizes, okay, maybe it's me. Right? Agreed. Those are my thoughts. What do you guys think?
Okay.
I saw you come in. I
was like, wait a minute, hold on. Bros, what in the world? What's going on?
No, I saw you come in. I thought you were about to sweep up and answer. Okay, so let me answer it real quick. Caleb Williams, I think, is going to be all right because Caleb Williams is going to realize sooner or later, number one overall pick or not, I'm looking at what just happened to my contemporary in Bryce Young. And if Bryce Young, after 1 year, can be sat down in the next year, I think he'll look at that and say, you know what, y'all, I better get my act together. I think Caleb Williams let's see how he ends up in this next season. I think you got to give him a chance to kind of get his footing right. Shador is another situation, man. I really feel like, and I was telling Lo this right before you got on, Shador might be, unfortunately, what teams don't want, because Shador be in the building. Dion, based on his coaching, his legacy, will always want to have something to do with him.
Right.
Some teams may feel like it could be an asset, but I bet you most teams feel like we want to do this ourselves.
Right. Correct.
So
correct.
That, if that makes any sense, I hopefully that answered your question a little bit.
That makes perfect sense. Yeah. And look, Dion is a hands-on guy. And
since Jackson State, T. Will. So you're talking about a couple of years at Jackson State, couple of years at Colorado. Is he gonna want to get his hands off of him?
And don't forget high school now.
Yeah, high school. That's right. High school too.
Don't forget middle school.
That's right. That's right.
I mean, he's literally been with them through every step of the journey.
Yeah. Well, it's his son. And it's interesting.
Of course.
I heard who was that guy? Played for Georgia, David Pollock.
Yeah,
David Pollock.
He made a comment. He said, "Look, when his sons got to be of a certain age, he said, I just want to be your dad. I don't want to be your coach."
There you go.
I think that's what he was referencing is, there comes a time when you're going to have to, if you're going to get anywhere, you're going to have to be coached to a certain extent. You're going to have to be coached hard. And I don't want to have to do that and wear the mantle of dad. My job is to get you ready for the world. I don't want to wear both hats. So I get that. I do. I understand. Lo, you never said whose character issues were worse in your mind.
Well, I think it's Caleb Williams. In all honesty, Because I think, and I believe Uncle Steve mentioned this a little bit earlier. Caleb Williams is self-inflicted, right? It wasn't a situation where he had the legendary Hall of Fame dad who, you know, that he was walking behind, or who was encouraging him. Hey, if it's anything, it must be the money. I just wanted to plug. It's turning me on. Like,
that was beautifully done. That was well done. Well done. That was beautifully done.
But nah, it's like, Caleb Williams, I feel like Shedeur, first of all, I feel like he's a really good quarterback. And
I do too.
Yeah. And I feel like it's one of those cases with him where, I'm not gonna sit here and say that, hey, he needs to be humble. I'm not gonna say that, because it's not I'm not in the place to say, what anyone has to do. They need to do their own meditation and come to their own conclusions or whatever. But I mean, I know that Shedeur, it maybe him being away from his father would be like a breath of fresh air, and it will help him get to a whole nother level. I ain't gonna lie to you, like, when I'm so much better of an adult living on my own than living back home with my parents as a young adult, right? Because I learned, about responsibility. I learned about accountability. I learned about, problem solving and all these other things. So I mean, I feel like, Shedeur, once he gets a chance to leave the nest, it'll help him take that next step. Meanwhile, Caleb Williams, he just thinks he's, God's gift to everything.
Yeah. And if I could, I want to respond to one of our members of the chat, because apparently I've sparked his ire, and I'd like to respond. So ATL Home Atlanta fan says, T Will judge the man. I think T Will is immature. You ain't got. I didn't judge. First and foremost, I'm not going to judge anybody.
Hey, you didn't judge your folks.
Let me be clear.
T Will, right?
There you go.
I'm not in a position to judge anybody.
Put your hands up, T Will. Let me see your hands. Hey, I don't see if you got it. See if you got a gavel in your head, because
I don't.
You're the judge over there. I just make it sure.
I'm not. These are just opinions, but apparently I've sparked desire. So ATL hometown Atlanta Falcons. I'm not trying to offend anybody, but we have to comment on certain things, and I'm commenting on public perceptions of these gentlemen, and I don't think what I said did I attack the man's character, guys? Help me out here. Did I say something that was inflammatory? I'm confused as to where I became judge and jury. Look, I root for Shedeur and I root for Caleb alike. I want them both to succeed, but I have to be honest. If you're doing something that's preventing you from being a better version of yourself, I think we're not analysts, but we're podcasters and we analyze this stuff. I think we have a fiduciary duty, big college word there. I think we have a duty to call out what we think, do we not? I mean, I think the onus is on us to say, you need to fix this, or am I wrong here? Like, guys, give me your thoughts.
Well, Uncle Steve is the wiser of the two of us. So.
Let me tell you something. This sounds like every now and then when you get into it, and one of the things when you do this type of thing, sometimes you're gonna have people that disagree with you, and sometimes you have people that's gonna you might not see eye to eye, and I don't want to because I don't know what happened earlier. It sounds like, judging by what he said, something happened earlier. But that's between you two guys, man. All I know is I was in here singing earlier, and now
I wasn't even on the show.
We were talking about which Michael Jackson album was.
But was he in my when did I make this comment about Shedeur? That's what I'm trying to understand. When did I go on this raid? I didn't attack anybody, but okay.
I have no idea, my brother, but y'all know me already, man. I'm not about the drama, but don't worry about it, T. Will. It's all good, brother.
Don't worry about
It's all good, man. We all gonna be all right. Everybody gonna sleep tonight.
It's all right.
Deanna, see, you got somebody right quick. See, so Big Game Sports Entertainment says Falcons got 2 good defensive players, but the Buccaneers getting Buka and Ben Morrison was big. Fire the cannon. Fire the cannons, man. Ain't nobody trying to fire no cannons for no Buccaneers, man. Come on, Big Game.
Look at here, man.
Fire them cannons somewhere else, bro.
I don't care if it's Ben Morrison, Mark Morrison, Atlanta Falcons sweeping the Bucs this year. I don't care who it is.
Last time we tried to go to Tampa Bay, them cannons didn't fire because
I ain't hear nothing.
Look, Kirk Cousins would throw it all over y'all last time.
It was quiet up in there.
It was pretty. Yeah, they didn't get a chance to fire them cannons up there. Matter of fact, last I remember, old Mayfield was throwing them interceptions all over the place.
Daggone.
So this guy, dude, they got John Cena on here.
John Cena on here now.
Yeah, John Cena just came on for one of the selections on here. So they pulling out all the stops, bro.
Idris Elba.
They got all the stops going on, man. But no, man, I could care less about Tampa Bay and what they do. Say the Bucs are. I think the word is dookie.
That's wrong. That's wrong.
Oh man, I think that's the word. We are. I mean, we're talking about it, T. Will, and I know you've been watching and see exactly what's going on, and we're in the middle of it. With the Falcons coming down to this 3rd round pick in the end, what's your thought on which way we go as far as what position we should be picking?
You can either go D tackle. You got 2 defensive ends, essentially. Linebackers, but in 3rd and 4th down situations, they'll be defensive ends. They'll be bookends. You could go D tackle. You could go safety here. You got about 8 corners in house. So I really don't think you have to I don't think you need to go corner here. You've got 8, unless you just see somebody that's just dynamite. And I think once you get past a certain tier, the corners kind of fall off. So in my mind's eye, you can either go safety or you can go D tackle here. What do you guys think?
I'm kind of in the boat with Lowe. I would like to see us possibly at this point now we're in the 3rd round of a corner. I'm not sure if you're going to find a starter right now at this point in the 3rd round, even though I know a lot of people had rated Revel pretty high. But at this point right now, you're probably just trying to find some depth. Mike Hughes is on the other side right now. Maybe bring in a cornerback to kind of compete with backing them out. You know what I mean? So let's see which way that goes. I think that's really unless you find that big defensive tackle, big defensive tackle that we were talking about for that 3-4.
Yeah,
that might be another move that I would make, but it's got to stay on defense. I don't want to hear anything about wide receivers. I don't want to hear anything about
wide receiver.
I did. I don't want to hear anything.
This Atlanta, man.
Is that yeah, bro.
You gotta get a wide receiver.
How about a backup center, guys? What do you guys think about that?
I think you could find us. I think you might be able to find a center. I don't even think I'd draft that.
No. Okay.
No.
All right. So you're thinking either would you take a corner or let's get position specific. Would you take a corner here, Uncle Steve and Lowe, or safety or D tackle? Like in order priority. Where would you go here?
Lowe.
You said,
See,
well, I take
this is about the time of the night, T. Will, where Lowe start drinking moonshine. And I'll tell you with the moonshine. I'll tell you this. When you look at the screen and you see his whole face, just stop.
Wow.
I just answered the question a few seconds ago, so I was trying to give him an opportunity.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, see, boy, you got man. You such a hater. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm going for a corner. I understand we got 8 corners in house, but just because they in the house, look, some dogs don't supposed to be in the house, right? You know, you can have all kinds of dogs. You know, some dogs just belong outside. You know, they don't need to be in the house. Yeah, I'm just saying, some of them dogs might not need to be in the house. That's all I'm saying. So we might as well go ahead and get another dog that needs to be in the house and put that old mud outside. You know, that was a bad analogy. I didn't mean like that. You know, I didn't.
Peter will come for you.
I didn't mean like that, y'all. I didn't mean like that.
Oh wow.
Peter will come.
Man, but yeah, I'm looking at a corner because I feel
Uncle Steve would like to separate himself from Big Low Country Sports in his part about violence with dogs.
Let me call my well taken care of dog in here.
Right.
Everybody knows.
Lowe's dog in the background talking about who?
Be like, hey, show everybody you're well taken care of.
Oh man. Coach says we need an offensive tackle. Otherwise go defensive tackle. Really don't need a cornerback. And I can understand what you might be saying from that sense, Dre. I do think maybe putting some more beef on that line might help. We still have not seen what Root is gonna do now. He got a 4-year in. Let's see what he's gonna be about. Yada. We didn't get to see any of Dorfus this year, this past season. We saw a little bit of him. A little bit, but not a lot. So let's see what's going to happen as far as that. So I can see what he's talking about.
Yeah. I mean, because we still got Storm Norton as the swing tackle, right?
I forgot about Storm.
You still
That's right.
You still have the Storm. You know?
Yeah, I forgot about old Storm coming in there. The Saints on the clock, dude. This is the third time the Saints have an opportunity to take Shedeur Sanders. Look, will they do it this time?
Oh, they just took a quarterback.
They might take another one.
No, I don't see that on. That I don't see.
Okay, if you got Spencer Rattler on your team, you might think about it. LS says, what our D-line coach is going to do with our draft picks and other talents, we already have got me extremely excited. He's really going to make a difference. Is that Ollie? Is that the new D-line guy? Ollie? I think that's his name. I think that's his name on there. Ollie, if I'm not mistaken. So, got a super chat in the house. Our buddy Slim Dollar in the house. What's going on, man? He said Desmond Ridder 2.0 went to the Saints.
Dun, da, da. That's a Superman chat. Notice he didn't say Desmond Winner. You know that, right?
He did.
Desmond Winner. So
he did. Let's see what we got going on over here. Let's see.
Aquarius. And I'm Uncle Steve. And here at Uncle Steve's Lounge, we like to treat everyone just fine. So today, just come on in, kick back, relax, talk a little sports, and just take my hand. Come with me, people, to love and wanna show you how sweet it can be. Chilling with Uncle Steve, I want you to. And Uncle Steve's Lounge, baby.
Man.
Oh,
boy. You just boy.
Boy.
Yeah,
Man. Oh,
trying to tell you, man.
Yeah, just send my check in the mail. You know. Just send
I told you again, we erased your vocals. we erased your vocals.
Just send a check.
Greg said we're gonna have a field day with them eights. Absolutely. Nicholas Julian in the house. What's up, Nicholas? He said, random question, guys. Are we keeping Kirko?
Man, where's Kerry?
I hope not.
I say keep him myself.
I'm keeping him, bro.
Yeah,
I'm keeping him for now.
No, we're keeping him if we can't trade him. I'm not cutting him. I'm not going to pay him to play for somebody else. I agree with that, but
absolutely.
Hopefully we can trade him.
Yeah, you gotta find somebody to come to the table though, and I would love to. You gotta find somebody.
That's the thing.
Mm-hmm. Got to find out. Raymond says, "Float on, float on."
Float on.
That's what we do, man.
Now T. Will. So there's a rule now. You know, if you come on Uncle Steve's Lounge, you know, you gotta do a little jig or something when the super.
Yeah, you gotta pull something out of that.
Like you can't, you know, you don't gotta, you know, hear the whole Bobby Brown, a solo dance and that, but you got to give us something now.
So does it have to be a song?
It gotta be. I thought whenever the super chats play, you gotta wiggle your shoulders a little bit.
Okay. I gotta wiggle my shoulders.
I'm gonna tell you what happened on that.
You do.
I'm gonna tell you what happened on that, Lo. I'm gonna tell you what happened. He got confused because we were kind of getting into the song, and all you saw at T. Will was.
I didn't know what to do, man. Like,
come on, bro. I'm a roadie. Come on, bro.
I didn't know I got promoted to being a backup singer. Like I would have, come
on, man. Do what makes you feel good, brother.
Man.
Yeah, you got to do what makes you feel good. T. Come on,
there you go. I
would have done a step.
I got somebody here who I know would come in and help us out if she were here. Carrie is in the house. What's going on, Carrie? I know if we ask Carrie to come in here and do a move with her, she come in here in a heartbeat. She said, "Hey everyone, wow, I literally just joined when Big Lo said, 'Where's Carrie?'" Oh wow. So you say Bigelow is a prophet? Is that what you're saying?
It sounds like it to me. It sounds like it to me.
Oh man. Coach's Corner says, remember what I said last night about wanting to see how we run this D after thinking about it? I think we stayed 3-4, a gold zone D blitz. Let our speed work for us. Should be the most blitzing team in the NFL. With the guys that we got, Dre, I absolutely believe you. I believe that. Brian Moses says, I just got married. Congratulations, brother.
Oh,
good job.
Congratulations, Bo.
Congratulations. Man, I just got married.
Happy life, Bo. Happy wife, happy life.
And I know that's right. And told my wife last night, if Terry don't get me a beast, it's a problem. Thanks, Terry, for making my morning happy. Now, I'm going to give you a little advice. If you're going to tie in ultimatums in a marriage, don't do it with the Falcons.
Yeah. Just keep that between y'all, Bo. Like, don't bring nobody else in there.
Because I bet you there were many people the night of February 2017. Baby, I'm gonna ask you to marry me when we win the Super Bowl. And some people got some leftover.
Some folks are left standing at the altar.
Oh boy.
That's rough right there.
Karen says, it's like I heard you say Kirk Cousins or something. Hey, we gotta talk about it.
It was the bat signal.
Hey man, we gotta talk about it. Oh, we got to. At the end of the day. Listen, I was God dog it. I just lost the page I had right here. we are, and we got to talk about it, folks, because it's the biggest story going on right now. How surprised are y'all that we are at pick number 73 and we have still yet to see a descendant of Deion Sanders be picked?
Oh, you are just messy. Like, why are you?
I'm just asking.
You're so
I'm just asking
man.
the question.
A descendant of Deion Sanders.
I'm just asking the question.
Oh,
Come on,
stirring it up.
I'm just asking.
A descendant.
A descendant.
I'm surprised that we are in the third round.
Mr. Cleanup Man says people are saying Sanders has bad character. I haven't followed it closely, so I must have missed it. There are a lot of buzzwords that we're using in the last 24 hours because the man hasn't gotten picked. Words like character, words like arrogance, words like confidence, overconfidence. I think what I don't want to say, when you say character, I haven't seen him get arrested. I haven't seen him get in any trouble. So I'm real careful when I say character.
Yes.
I do believe, and Big Low and I had this conversation here at the house when his lovely bride was trying to co-sign for Deion Sanders winning 2 years ago. That's a whole nother story that she never apologized for. But
she was talking about the spades game.
She was still kind of angry. She was angry about that. But
wait, somebody didn't make that book slow.
Don't worry about it. Let's just say I'm undefeated. But
undefeated. Wow. Look, we almost went to Boston.
We almost put it on. That's a lot of. But I think the best thing I can say about that whole situation, folks, I'm not mad at the young man for being who he is.
Right.
But I do feel like when you are ascending to the next level, sometimes you have to mature to the next level. And when I say mature doesn't always have to be a bad thing. Right. Mature means maybe raise my if I was I'm trying to use a good example. If I was a good cook,
right, now you want to be a great one.
If I was a good cook at Chick-fil-A,
right,
and I was going to Ruth Chris, that's a bad example because they got expensive food, but work with me.
I love Ruth Chris.
And I wanted to go to Ruth Chris. I have to aspire to be great because that's a higher level when we, go to that next level. And I think it's a matter of maybe there are some teams that feel like, yeah, that was fun at Colorado, but I need you to be this at the NFL level. Fair or not fair, that's an investment that a team is about to make millions of dollars into you as a quarterback. I do feel like that's something that people have to think about.
And T. Will, that whole scenario that you talk about, if I was don't let lie to you, man. I'm gonna see you go down, Bo. I'm gonna tell you something. Let me tell you something. Look, you know how everybody got that be barbecuing? That's Uncle Steve.
Hey man,
Uncle Steve throw down on the grill.
Hey man,
down on the smoker.
No man, it's all good. I'm all right, T. Will. I'm all right. I'm all right. I'm all right.
Hey, I know how we could settle this, right? How about you have a spades game, Uncle Steve, and I come over there and see about that title, and before we sit down to play, you fire up the grill, man, and hey,
T. Will, dude, I'm trying to keep your friendship, man. You need to stay in the corner, bro. Stay in your corner, dog. Stay in your lane, dog. You got to get it. You got to get. You better ask Lois. Get kind of serious on that table now. Them cars. Hey, T. Will. The cars be slapping on the table. They don't tossing on the table.
T. Will. This man has a playlist, bro. He has a playlist
for his victims,
bro.
He has a playlist to whoop ass to.
Bro, whenever it was all over, it was pretty much done. He pulled out the customized playlist.
Wow, I love it, bro. You know what? I've dethroned many a king. I love this talent. You know what I mean? Hey, I've bust some heads to the white meat. So
we tough to you, Will. I'm just telling you, we tough now. Like,
hey man, talent.
I might have to take you up on that. Then don't just know you will want. You gonna have somebody to take you home. I'm just trying to make sure.
I got that
bus. Ain't no bus line over here. You might be.
I got that covered. Yeah. I got that covered. You know what I mean? I guess my question to y'all is like, when it goes down and you guys unfortunately lose, are you gonna be okay? Like, I don't want to be disinvited from your show. You know what I mean?
No,
because I put that head to the right. You know what I mean?
we won't do you like that.
It's
we won't do you like that.
It's going down.
We won't do you like that. Not at all. No.
Can I take a plate when I win? Oh, can I still take the food with me when I
go? Look, Coach Roney was nice enough to speak to me after that game. After that 30 to 40 minutes that her and my wife took that very educational beating, and cars we were still able to, I think, communicate after that.
We were going to do couples versus couples.
We were.
But they was like, y'all, we want to be on the same team.
That's what they said. We were going to do husband and wife, but they wanted to do battle of the sexes. And hey, we were happy to oblige.
And sometimes you got to do it. Hey, let me ask you a question over, Steve. What's on that victory playlist?
Well, I kind of keep that for the victors. I can tell you what's on the losers playlist. You can come find that out.
Oh wow! What's on the losers playlist?
I'm gonna break this real quick off the board. Looks like Dallas did pick up Mr. Revel from East Carolina.
Okay.
So that's one of the cornerbacks I know a lot of people are looking at possibly in our pipe trees possibly. But as somebody else said earlier, a great pass rush will make for a good secondary. So I'm not really as concerned about that as not. I'm going to run through a quick couple of these comments. I appreciate y'all, chat, for keeping everybody. It's been really live in here, and I want to make sure y'all are talking to us. Carrie said two things in a row. She said, I still want us to go defensive tackle with the next pick. We need to get a big ugly up front. Would be happy with that. Cornerbacks, too. Carrie is discriminating. She said she does not want a model. She wants an ugly person to play that position. So,
first of all, Carrie.
Oh
Carrie.
wow!
Carrie. Like, I don't. We were friends. You used to always bring the home,
right? See,
we're not called big uglies.
I'm about to take offense.
I'm telling you, we talk about the big pretties. What you talking about? I know.
See,
you talk about the big pretties because, hey, Carrie, I was just gonna bring you some cross horns. But now you
Caribbean me. All right, so y'all got me right. This is Chuba Hubbard, not the aforementioned Carolina guy that's up there. As Carolina makes their pick. Princely Umanila.
Wow.
From Ole Miss.
Wow.
I liked him.
Dang.
I liked him. Yeah.
All right.
They didn't have to do it like that.
That's a good pick. That's a good pick.
No, that's not a good pick because he got to play us twice.
Exactly.
It's a good pick for them. It's a good pick for them, is what I'm saying. I'm not worried about the fans.
Mr. Cleanup Man tells us, you can't tell me at this point it isn't a unified snub from all the owners. This is a put Prime in his place snub. No other way to explain this, man. This is a dress down aimed at the poppy.
It could be. It could be. That could be a part of it. You know what? Both things can be true, Uncle Steve. It could be a part of it.
Maybe. I'm gonna follow up. The Cleanup Man says this has nothing to do with Sanders' character. We watch people like Daniel Jones get drafted year after year. Call it what it is. I mean, I don't know where you got there. Daniel Jones. We see people like Desmond Ridder get drafted too.
Wow.
So I mean,
come on.
I don't know, man.
Come on. There's 1,000 other quarterbacks that played in the NFL. Why you had to? I thought you loved Desmond. Like, why you have to?
Look, man.
Ridder.
I'm trying to tell y'all.
Desmond went 3rd round, Uncle Steve.
3rd round.
Yeah.
3rd round. Okay. Gentleman's Journal says, make a D'Angelo cut, man. Untitled. I like that song. How does it feel? But what I'll do instead, I'll put Lowe's body on that little spin thing, like when D'Angelo didn't have no clothes on. I'll let Lowe go around that little spin.
Hey, I do it too.
Yeah, that's it.
I do it too.
That's the scary.
I got a baby pool full of baby oil. Sitting here
Christopher White says, I haven't heard from anyone saying Baker Mayfield had to mature. You must not have been paying attention to the NFL. They did criticize Baker a lot. Baker got criticized. If you remember, the second year Baker got there, Baker was first pick. He finally won the games. Remember, they had lost 20 in a row. He had taken Cleveland to the playoffs for the first time in umpteen years. And then that next year, a lot of people criticized him. They said he wasn't a good locker room guy in Cleveland. That's why they got it. Baker didn't even make it to the end of his contract in Cleveland.
Sure didn't.
So if you're going to pick an example, and I'm not picking on you, Chris, but I'm saying if you're going to pick an example, pick a better one. They did criticize Baker Mayfield because everybody they bring it up here is a white quarterback. So they try to say the white quarterback doesn't get any criticism and the black quarterback doesn't do that. And there are cases where that's valid. This isn't one of them. They dogged out Baker Mayfield. That's why Baker Mayfield went to 3 different teams in less than a year.
Sure did. So
that's the wrong example. I hear what you're saying, but let's at least get it right.
Yeah, I mean, there's
A1 Forever Sports in the house, man.
Tip, what up, Chris?
Tip says, so we gonna get this Spades game or no? Well, Tip, you can come on over, and since you came at me kind of respectfully, Tip, I'll let you be on my team when we get T Will to go get whatever partner he think he can pull up and here, and we'll let you do that because
if Lowe's gonna be there, I'll go with Lowe, and I'm sorry, A1, because but you guys are gonna lose.
Hey,
you guys are gonna lose.
Daggone.
So hey, have that victory playlist ready for me.
Daggone.
I might have to make that. How does it feel? He might have to.
You know what I'm talking about.
Chris says Baker was told to be humble back in college. He was also told to be. Did y'all watch the Cleveland? I see you right here, Christopher. No, go back to Cleveland. The year after they made the playoffs, go back to it, and was that Stepanski? That was dude. They literally they benched Baker Mayfield because of his attitude. He was not getting along with his players. That wasn't just college. So add that to it. So that's number 2. I need to go back and check that out, fellas. Go back and check that out. Dre says, why does everybody go to the race angle? He's simply not worth the first through 1 through 3 draft spot. He didn't do anything, and if it wasn't for his father, he would have just been another quarterback and had no shine. Cut it out. And that's the thing that bothers me a lot of times, y'all, when we come to conversations like this, and I 100% agree with Dre. There are absolute valid times when we can kind of bring in the possibility of there being some inequality when it comes to certain actions that happen. This is not one of them. This is the act of one quarterback who, again, if anything, it has to do with possibly maybe the NFL is not, I don't know, ready for his type of style, which may be attributed to his father or maybe not. Maybe he just took a little bit of his father and took it to the next level. If y'all remember, Deion went out there with the same size chains. Actually, I think Shador had a bigger one on. Same size chain the day he got drafted, same flash, all of that when he got drafted. But Deion had talent. Deion had Hall of Fame talent.
Oh,
come on. Let's not pretend.
See, that's why somebody came back to earlier. See, that's why somebody, look at this.
Listen.
But Deion had talent.
Deion had out of this world talent. Shador has talent, but Shador is not that guy. Sanders came out, he was that guy. And I think there are people that just want that story to be told. They just want that story to be they want that story to oh, he's just like Deion. He's gonna be flat. He's gonna be just like Deion, and that's okay. That's okay that people want that story. That's fine.
Yeah.
But 79 picks in, which is we're on the third go round. There are folks that might not even believe he might not even be worth a third round pick. I mean, he got a few picks to prove us wrong, but it might be some teams that think that.
Wow.
It's not personal, though. It's not personal. It's not racial. You can't turn around and tell me, oh, they don't want the black man to do that. And the last 2 overall number 1 quarterback picks in the last 2 drafts were Caleb Williams and Cam Ward.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to say people are picking on them because of maybe what they perceive as arrogance, and some people say as overconfidence, that's fine. But don't cloud it with the racial issue. We got more important things that we can that card should be pulled out on. Maybe it's just that people just don't like him as a quarterback, not as a person.
Can both things be true, Uncle Steve? And I say and look it, everything that you said was right. I'm not saying you're wrong.
Right.
However, there are some people that like their, African Americans like their coffee mild and sweet. You know what I mean? I'm talking about overarching issues, right? I'm talking about who you are speaks so loudly. Before you get in the door, I can't even hear what you're saying. Right now, look, I think you have a point. I in no way is Shador as talented as his dad. But in no way is Shador less talented than at least 2 of the quarterbacks that were taken before him, right? So I think there could be a lot going on. A part of it could be they don't like his personality because the template that they see when they look at a certain melanated people needs to be straight up humble. Oh, well, I want to help my 20 brothers and sisters that live with me. And I want to, this kid who can be a little arrogant, but Shador has talent. Shador can play football. All I'm saying is there have been other players who have come into the league with worse issues that were not of a certain hue that you heard nothing about. You heard nothing about it. You didn't hear anything about it until they got in the league. But with Shedeur, it's character. It's this. Yes, I do think he's arrogant, Uncle Steve. I think you're right about that. But I also think that's a part of it. And the other part of it is, to the gentleman's point who made the point about Dion, I think that's absolutely a part of it. I think they don't like the fact that Dion is of a certain wealth. Dion is of a certain ilk. Dion can speak his mind, and they just don't want to deal with him. I think all things can be true. Those are just my thoughts.
And nobody's saying that they're not valid. I think what the point is, and I want to make sure I answer some of the people in the chat because I see some people talk about this. That's a very good point. Trinity said Baker wasn't playing good when he got benched. He was trash, but still getting chances, LOL, and commercials out when he was still on the bench. This is true. But the thing is, let's make sure we judge it correctly. Baker was a number 1 overall pick. He should have got destroyed when he wasn't doing what he needed to do and he got benched. He should have got destroyed. Absolutely. I think maybe, just maybe, he might have been the blueprint for maybe don't come in here with your heads in the clouds a little bit. I'm not even suggesting that's totally Shedeur, but maybe that type of player may have said, oh, before we make that mistake again, let's make sure we check all these things out. Josh says you don't have to be that guy to go in the first 3 rounds. As a quarterback, I might disagree. As a quarterback. Envy says he needs to humble himself. Michael Petty said, I don't know what you're talking about. Blah, blah, blah. Hey, Michael Petty, as you blah, 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 pick number 81 just made too, and he's still not picked.
Oh my
Trinity said nobody is saying he's the best, but he's better than any quarterback outside of Cam Ward. Well, tell that to the Giants and tell that to New Orleans because they got 2 other quarterbacks. And again, that's not saying that I'm right. That's saying that the teams that need a quarterback are not thinking he's worth it right now. That's not Steve talking. That's people making decisions that know a lot more football than me, Lil, T-Will, or the majority of the people here.
Don't put me
in the chat. Low especially. Low.
I just play it.
Michael Petty taking it real. He said, "Yes, master, boy." But you know, but I love it though because again, if you're one-dimensional and you just figure just because somebody that you think shit is getting crapped on, that's what I mean. That's fine because I know sometimes that's how some minds think. That's fine. But hey, bro, you gonna have to do you, man. Ain't nothing wrong with that. That's how you feel. Tay Rush said, you making it sound personal. He's worth the 3rd round pick. I didn't say he wasn't worth the 3rd round pick. You know what? For the record, let me tell y'all something. I thought he was gonna get picked by the Saints yesterday.
I did too.
I thought he was gonna get picked by the Saints. So these people that say that if you want to say you making it no, I thought the man was gonna be off the board.
Right.
By number 9.
Right.
For real.
Right.
But I am saying that because he hasn't been and he's gone a whole nother 32 picks, it's gotta be something. Is his shoes too big? Is his hand too small? Are his eyes bigger than the other one? I think that's my point, folks.
Does he have bad night vision?
Right. I don't know what it is, but whatever it is, it's not a Steve problem. It's an NFL problem. Yeah. But I hear what you're saying, but it's not personal, bro. No way. Christopher said, come in and out of college. Baker Mayfield arrested. Tell people what's considered a competitor's confidence in himself because he was a walk-on. I never said he was humble in college. Oh, no, I did. But when you are making the comparison, think about what you're comparing. comparing. Now, when you brought up Caleb Williams, I think that might be a fair comparison because both of those guys are 1 year apart, and we're in the look. Baker, though it was like 5-6 years ago, in the football terms, that was a whole different era. In my opinion, these young guys coming out now, it's different. Strap said, "Is Cam Ward better than Shador?" Some people will say. I mean, I don't even think we asked the question earlier. Where would Cam Ward go? Would he have gone in last year's draft? I don't think Cam Ward would have been top 3 in last year's draft. I don't.
Man, they took the guy I wanted.
Who?
Tennessee.
Really?
They took Kevin Winston.
Turbiscuit was a racial biscuit. Turbiscuit? I don't know what that is. Trinity says, "Are people saying he's black? That's why he isn't getting drafted?" I haven't seen anybody saying that, but but you're right. If that's true, but everybody deserves a chance, regardless how people. Yeah, he's gonna get a chance, folks. If y'all think for 1 minute he's not gonna get drafted, y'all fooling yourselves. It's just a matter that he's not getting drafted as quickly. That's what's going on. Monte Carlo says they drug Lamar Jackson just like this, and he has a lot of talent. Yeah, Lamar Jackson got picked 31,
32nd.
32nd, so still first round.
Yep.
Drug first round pick, and they moved up to get him, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
they did. So totally different story. So don't say drug. A team jumped into the first. If a team jumps into the first round to guarantee you a 5th year, that's a whole different situation. Nobody jumped into the first round to get Shador. Christopher says, "Tell me what other players went from the top 5 to a 3rd round pick whenever he gets going." Come on, man. Now you playing some dude.
Man, we done seen
so we'll be here all day with that.
Exactly.
Come on.
We've seen that happen.
There have been guys that people. I got news for y'all. There were some people that thought Desmond Ridder was going to get picked in the first round. Go back and watch.
You did, didn't you?
That's a negative.
I thought that's why you made the whole "I love Desmond." I thought that's right.
I love Desmond.
Am I wrong?
Oh man,
you still got that sounder on? We haven't heard it in a long time.
You know what?
I love Desmond.
You know what? I don't at the moment, but Josh says Texans added both Iowa State wide receivers. That's tough. Iowa State was actually pretty good last year.
They were
real good.
Iowa State.
Mm-hmm.
Man, the guys that I wanted keep coming off the board, man.
Mm-hmm. Douglas Farrington says, Nathan, who should be our Falcons pick next? Nathan says he's looking at D tackle or center. That's actually homeboy from Iowa is actually pretty good. The Steelers. People said they were gonna make a run. They were gonna make a run at that.
Yeah.
Belo's World say, Uncle Steve, Matt be super loud. Check your peak. Thank you, Belo. I appreciate that.
Oh man, so New England just traded.
Let me turn that down right quick.
Oh, they traded with the Chiefs. Okay.
I might have been right up on it, man. Sorry about that. Who? Oh, the Chiefs made a pickup.
Yeah,
maybe
Chiefs.
Don't tell me the Chiefs.
Yeah, they traded with New England. They just.
Will it be the Chiefs?
Oh,
will it be the Chiefs?
We know that's not happening. Come on. Come on. We know that's not happening.
Noel Williams, cornerback out of California. I'm sorry. Yeah, David says idiots had Ridder projected at the end of the first round after the UGA game. Yep. Remember that game that they Georgia had to come back and win?
Yeah, whenever they most of their guys sit. Right. Most of their guys didn't play the bowl game. I remember. Right. They were like, man, this kid, he's legit.
And Jawan said Ritter actually had some success in college. Oh, no, he did. No doubt. No doubt he did. Absolutely. That's why Ritter got drafted in the third round. Billy Mills says, I'm convinced it's the humble Shedeur in prime. Well, they're doing a good job now. Antonio says Cam Ward had a third round grade last year. That's why he stayed in school.
Who had third round grade?
He said Cam Ward did.
I did not know
when he was at Washington State. Now, when he was at Washington State, he was actually pretty good there too.
He was.
Now, I don't know. You might be right about the third round pick, but think about what he was going up against too, Antonio. You had 6 people ended up being in the first round, and I don't think anybody was putting them in that category last year. Craig says, bring Ritter back. He still owes us a Super Bowl.
If that's what gets the Super Bowl, I take
it. Trinity says, hey, fellas, what's the difference from Zach Wilson coming out and Shedeur coming out when both of them carried themselves the same? Did Cam throw and run and jump at the combine? Something else is afoot. It's got to be. It's got to be something. And I know I've heard the word blackball a lot of times, but it's got to be something, y'all. It's got to be something. It's something that maybe we aren't talking about. Dre Harrison says the summer 2025 horror movie, The Humbling of Shedeur.
They ain't put no more.
Damn. Damn. That's wow.
Oh man.
That one. That's from way downtown.
We are closing in on
101.
The Atlanta Falcons. We are about 101, and if my math is correct, that is 14 picks away.
This
14
is
picks away.
This is APS math at work. Everybody might want to.
Gentleman's Journal said, what's y'all thoughts on CJ West from Indiana at 101? Solid D tackle. He might be there for us in the fourth.
Man, everybody's saying we need to get a D tackle. I mean, am I the only one that feels like we don't need to get a D tackle right now?
If you're in a 3-4,
you need a big pretty.
You need a big guy.
That's what I'm talking about, T. Will. See, that's why you my homeboy right there. That's what I'm talking about, T. Will. You understand the assignment.
Now they have Now I'll say this for a D tackle, to me, for a 3-4 D tackle, 6'1", 316.
Too light.
No, that's a little small for me.
Too light. Nah.
Yeah, that's
you gotta have that hot dog on the back of your head. Yeah, you gotta have that sausage on the back of your head.
I think you need to have a little bit more going for it. Even though a couple of these guys, I mean, it depends on what type of D tackle you're talking about. Some of these guys, I'm looking at D tackle right around. I see dude at 288. Now Deion Walker, 6'7", 331. That might be one of that. But
he actually
a little tall though.
Yeah, that's what I said. He might be too tall.
Tall.
You know, he gonna fold like a piece of paper.
I think you start talking about maybe 6'1", 6'2", 320, 330.
Okay.
That's what you.
Well, let me ask everybody in the chat how they feel. Do y'all feel like we need to take a defensive tackle in this next round? If you feel like we do need to take a defensive tackle, put a 1 in the chat. If you feel like we need to go any other position, put a 2 in the chat. You know, since I'm obviously the one that's wrong in this situation. That's the beautiful thing about hanging out with people smarter than you, though. See, hanging out with Unc and T Will, to see y'all. Look, y'all always and everybody in the chat, y'all always get me right because I be talking crazy sometimes. And I have to have everybody reel me back in because I just be talking crazy.
Lo, I feel like there's a bless your heart coming. I don't know why.
Ain't no bless your heart coming. I just
feel like there's a bless your heart coming behind that somewhere. I don't know.
Ain't no bless your heart coming to bless my heart.
All right, you got a couple of ones in here. You got sprinkled in a couple of twos. Meech in here. Ricky say he going with 2. Let's see. We also can get it Xavier Watts at safety. Okay. That might be. Got another one. Zachary says we need a Vita Vea type. Yeah, that would be beautiful. That would be beautiful if we can get that.
Guys like Vita Vea are taken in the first round, though. Those are your dance. Those are your dancing bears.
Absolutely.
You get at this point, it's like, hey, he's a Jag. He's just another guy. That just happens to weigh 330, right? But if you get a defensive tackle in the first round or early in the second, he's legit. He's gonna change the whole aspect of your D. I remember when Vita Vea came out, I wanted Vita Vea so bad. I was like, man, but I think was that Mike Smith, if I'm not mistaken, whenever he was here.
Yeah.
And I was like, man, Mike Smith ain't gonna do that.
Wait, no. That was Quinn.
Okay. For some reason, I thought that was Smith like last year.
No. Nah, Smith left in 14. That means Vita Vea would be 10 years. I think Vita Vea might be about 8 years in, something like that. That was definitely not his aim. Yeah, I was looking at this, Nathan. Jamari Caldwell. Now that's some size.
Yeah.
6'1", 340. Now that's what you're talking about.
There you go. That's one of the big boys. He had trouble putting the shoes on. You got to take a deep breath before he bend over to put the shoes on. That's who you
want, though.
That's who you want.
That's who you want.
Man, almost everybody got the ones in here. So
yeah, I see. You don't got a sprinkle of twos. You got a couple of twos.
Well,
Paulo's in here.
So in the spirit of content creation, I want to let y'all know. Thank you for the feedback, and I am glad that I am wrong in this situation. I appreciate y'all for letting me know. I appreciate.
Sound like a Manchurian candidate.
Let me make sure. Hey, so Lo, so you're saying that you actually believe that the majority of the people are right and you're wrong?
Yeah. Come on.
You sound like your wife is saying, "Say this, Lo." Okay.
I want to see those cue cards. I want to see those cue cards behind the scenes.
Right. Blink if you're okay, man.
Right.
If you see water coming from my eyes, me not blinking,
Okay. or blood coming from your nose, like. Oh my goodness!
Jaguars have the next 2 picks coming up in the third round. 88, 89. Gentleman says players mess up too low.
Appreciate that, gentlemen. Hey, Mo. Look at here.
Zachary makes a good point, and I was talking about that too, which is why I'm not totally discouraged if we give away some of these picks. He says it's going to be a lot of talent that's going to go undrafted.
Yeah.
And that's that big move that you make right after the draft is over with. I think when you start talking about not to oversaturate this last name Sanders, but
wow, oh my god,
Shiloh might be on that boat.
Oh, okay, Shiloh. Okay, not Shador, but Shiloh. Okay, I got you.
Shiloh
Now,
might be on that.
but one thing, have y'all noticed they have not shown Shador all night long on the broadcast?
No, they have not.
Have y'all noticed that?
I think that's done. You know, there was a lot of folks that were thinking, and I get it. Listen, it's a polarizing topic because of who it is and because of his lineage. I think a lot of people, you're going to be either in one or two boats. You're either going to be in the boat of, hey, justice for Shiloh. I'm sorry, now I'm going Shiloh. Justice for Shador, or hey, man, y'all ain't got nothing else to talk about. It's going to be one of those two. And ESPN basically spent the majority of their stream. And listen, we're talking about it. But right now, until you get our pick, I mean, what are we going to talk about? We only got one other pick. So I think they probably made a decision to say, you know what, y'all, let's let it happen if it's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I look T.
Wow.
I mean, look T. Will. I think King Petty makes a great point here.
Wow, Latoya, that's so hard. Come on, Latoya. Latoya.
I think King Petty makes a great point.
Wow.
Here.
What? Gentleman's Jersey said we're gonna get Shiloh as an undrafted free agent. Watch. Look, don't laugh, because think about it. We could have a Sanders with number 21 on our team again.
Oh,
Look,
wow.
Look,
Oh,
if I'm Mike Hughes, I'm smiling. If I'm Mike Hughes, I'm sitting here like, oh, I'm finna get broke off because he gonna pay for this one. To this day, I still feel like that's why Kirk Cousins ain't like Kyle Pitts, because Kyle Pitts didn't bend the knee, give him the number.
X-Man says, keep up the work, bro. My Rounds fan appreciate the trade. Oh, hey, knock yourself out. He gave us what we wanted.
Exactly.
Oh, man. Craig says, I'm going to help Sanders with his Home Depot application.
Wow. Come on, y'all. Y'all ain't right.
Now hold on. Now that wasn't even me that time.
But see, Uncle Steve, the thing is that it was a transference of energy. You gave him your energy to say something. Like, y'all ain't right, boy. Y'all
man, boy.
Man. Dang,
I think I saw this video. Gentleman's Journal said Shiloh said if they do it, should do it like that. He's cooked. I remember I saw that video. I saw that video yesterday.
Oh, wow.
Look.
Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness.
First of all, he had no business even saying that. Like
come on, y'all wrong.
Y'all
wrong.
We seen you.
Yeah.
we see you play football.
And the running backs have seen him too in their rearview mirror. X-Man says me and BLC have actually known each other in person for years. So I guess that's one of your buddies, bro.
Yeah, X-Man. Okay, yeah. What's going on, Bo? Yeah. What's up, man? Hope you're doing good, Bo.
Trinity says, on another note, what do y'all think is the best way to use Walker? I think he's the most versatile defender outside of starts in this draft. And do y'all think Pierce is better than Trice and Dorless? It's going to be unfair. Well, first, I'm going to ask the first question. I'm going to give my opinion. We're going to let y'all answer it. I think Walker, you keep hearing people saying, oh, he's going to be like Michael Parsons. We're going to use him all over the place. And that's fine. I think right now for Pierce, folks, I think people sleeping on Braylon Trice, and I think he's going to end up being very solid. I think from what I've seen in flashes, I actually like Pierce a little better, but Trice isn't far behind. What y'all think, T. Will? What you got?
Who are we comparing Trice to again? I'm sorry.
Oh, you see on the screen right there? See, how you going to play spades if you can't read the We gonna if you can't look at if you can't see clubs and diamonds,
Exactly.
and you can't see club diamond as a heart, how you gonna be able to see?
We'll catch that repeat.
Come on, T. Will.
Right now. All right, hang on. Stars, do y'all think Pierce is better than Trice or Dorless? I don't think Pierce is the same as Trice or Dorless. I think Pierce is a Ferrari. I think you put him on out there on third down and let him go get it. I don't think either Trice or Dorless is as fast as Pierce. I think Trice or Dorless are a little bigger. I know Dorless is. Trice may be too.
Yeah, Trice like 270.
But I think Pierce is a Ferrari, man. If you look at his tape, he is running by dudes. He's either running by him or taking one step inside, and bam, he's at the quarterback. So yeah, I think Pierce. As a matter of fact, Pierce runs what, a 4.5?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, 4.59, I think.
Yeah. So Pierce is a Ferrari, and maybe what are those trucks? Those Chevy trucks that are real fast with the Hemi engines in them.
Low would know. Low is richer. What are those? What are those trucks there?
Wait, you talking about Richard? And singing talent? That's what we talking about.
Oh wow!
Low knows what those.
What we talking about? We talking about Richard and Melody.
Oh wow!
Or how the singer say it? Melody.
Oh wow!
I'm Richard and Melody.
I think they're Hellcat trucks or something like that. I don't know, but anyway.
So you talk about the Dodgers with the Hemi engines in them?
Yeah, but they're trucks though.
Yeah,
and they're hella fast. Mm-hmm. Like you can go on YouTube and see these guys are outrunning cops in these trucks.
CJ says it's a Dodge.
Yeah, Dodge with the Hemi engine. Hemi engine.
Yeah.
Or you got your Fords with the Ford Raptors.
Yeah.
Or the Ford Shelbys.
Yeah. That's who I would compare maybe Trice and Dorless to, but Pierce has got some get somewhere in those shoes, baby. You're not gonna if you don't get him on that first step, you're not gonna get him. So I think Pierce is unique in that I don't know that there's anyone else on the Falcons as a defensive end who is as fast as him, and I could be wrong. You can check the math, but I don't think so. Like
he was like 0.5 seconds behind AJ Brown.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
So
you can pick him up and put him down, bro.
Yeah, yes, he can. So
pick him up and put him down.
Those are my thoughts. But hey, just so you know, Uncle Steve, at the end of the day, when we bust that head to the white meat, I want you to remember this exact moment, okay? Because this right here is the moment you messed up. Right,
man.
This is the moment. As a matter of fact, I want you to say what we had 3 hours and 41 minutes and 29 seconds. I want you to bookmark this time so that when I bust that head to the white meat, you know why, sir.
Dang, he taking that personal.
No, it's not personal. It's not personal.
It was only at 8:20. It was only at April 25th at 2:43 that I know T. Will did drugs. It was the only time. It was the first time. It was the first time I realized it. That I had no idea. I wasn't. I had no inkling. There was nothing that I thought. But I'm just finding out, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that. I didn't even know, Lo. You didn't even tell me.
Hey, I like to say is just make sure you hold your wallet close.
I know. I was looking at it. I was like, it was only just now that I realized. So now I know how I have to treat them.
There you go. Next meet you greet. Make sure you keep your doors locked.
Just be agreeable.
There you go. There you go. That's how you gotta be.
Okay, T. Will.
I'll be whatever, but I tell you what, I still want to take some of those ribs. After I bust that head to right me.
We trying to come through the back door trying to be good now.
Don't be mad and kick me out when you look like, you can never
nice rebound. Dennis Rodman didn't do it that good. That was nice rebound. Nice rebound.
Oh wow. Don't be that guy.
Oh man.
Gentleman's Journal said, just had to break the news to my wife that Shador still ain't got drafted yet. She said, well, guess he ain't getting drafted, huh? Keep hope alive. Wow.
Wow. He gonna get
dang.
That. He gonna get that. It actually hurts us though, in all honesty.
It hurts us that Shador didn't get drafted?
Yep.
How you say that?
Well, I mean, think about it, guys. We have a quarterback who we're trying to offload. If they get if a team gets Shador for a cheaper price, I mean, every pick that goes down, the price of the salary is going to go down. I mean, somebody's going to take a flyer on Shador. If the Falcons and the Cleveland Browns got a deal in place or are working on a deal, if Shador just keeps falling, they could very well say, hey, I mean, you know what? We'll just keep all of our picks and not pay anything in addition. We could make it out cheaper just paying Shador a 4th-round pick. Like it's actually hurting us long term.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that.
That's a fair point. Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair point. That is a fair point.
I was trying to pull up something interesting here. If you look at the rookie wages right now, for first round picks, if Shador, and this kind of depends on what the position is too. Even at the 32nd pick, you were possibly looking at a $13.35 billion contract. And then, of course, you got the 50th option. 3rd round picks at this point, and we're at pick number 92.
Yeah.
For a 4-year contract at this point, the average is $6.05 million. So you talk about it, hate going into another man's money, but wow, that's crazy. That's great. Hey, guess what, y'all? Another quarterback has left the bill. It's Jalen Milroe.
What?
So
going to the Seahawks.
Let's keep count.
Damn.
So far, we have Cam Ward, Jackson Dart, Tyler, whatever his name is from Louisville. What's my other guy's name?
What's the other guy's? Wasn't that show?
Tyler Shaw.
Tyler Shaw,
whatever.
Show. And now Jalen Milroe.
Damn.
Who's the quarterback? Bruh. Who's the other quarterback in Seattle?
It was somebody else. It was somebody else that got drafted.
Gino's in Seattle, isn't he?
No, Gino.
That's boy from Minnesota. Darnold.
Oh,
yeah,
Darnold. That's right.
Darnold.
That's right.
Yeah. So as everybody is getting hip to that right now, this is, I mean, yeah, at this point, I don't like playing conspiracy theorists. But I'm like, come on now. What's really going on, Lo?
There you go.
Come on, Lo.
I mean, what you mean? What's going on?
Hey, come on, man.
There you go.
I sat here this whole time. You mean to tell me Jalen Milroe went before Shador Sanders?
What's wrong with Jalen Milroe going before Shador Sanders?
Man.
Why they gotta be something wrong, T. Will?
I'm about to be like the Grinch going down that hill before Lucy Lou. What's the girl name? With little Betty Lou. Betty Lou.
Oh yeah, Betty Lou.
And when he was getting ready to go down the hill, and his heart was built up 10 sizes, boy. I'm about to I'm about to feel bad for my man. This is crazy.
He's gonna be all right, man.
Oh, he'll be fine. But I'm just saying, man, how many times? Come on now.
Yeah, so they got it right here. It's Cam Ward, Jackson Dart, Tyler Shaw,
yep,
Jalen Milrose. It was 4 quarterbacks went first.
Wow.
Look,
Brian Cornelius made a good point. He said Quinn Ewers gonna get picked.
Wow.
Damn.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you right now, if Quinn Ewers get picked, man, I'm done.
What's wrong with Quinn Ewers?
Come on, man.
He's not as talented as Shador.
Come on, man.
I mean, I agree. I agree.
Wow.
That's crazy.
I'm gonna steal that from T. Will. Wow. I'm gonna steal that. Golly, man.
That's all I was saying from the get, man. There's got to be a little more to this. That's all I was saying. You know?
I think Sanders gonna go to the Rams. X-Man is in here. He's a Rams fan. I think he's going to the Rams. I mean, because they gotta come up with a succession plan for Matthew Stafford anyway.
I'll tell you what, ain't that many picks left. Look, I know where he's not. Now, hold on.
The Rams or San Francisco. I'm calling it.
Well, he ain't gonna get picked today then. Right now, we only have Cleveland, who has gone out of their way to tell us that they're not gonna pick him because they had 5 chances to get him.
Daggone.
Cleveland. So we got Cleveland, New England, Philly, and then we get into the compensatory selections, which are Minnesota, Raiders, Frisco, Atlanta, and Houston.
San Francisco. I'm telling
you. You calling Frisco? Okay.
San Francisco. If San Francisco will take him today, then he's going to the Rams.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Let me hit a couple of these.
Dadgum, Gentleman's Journal.
Hold on. What do you say? He said it might be time to put on the tinfoil kufi.
Look at it. Look at the comment at the bottom.
Logo get drafted. Dang. You know they. Hey, hold on. Let me make sure I get this out. Logo get drafted before Shador at this point.
Damn.
I'm fine.
Now, Uncle Steve, I know that you, whenever you get a chance, you watch pretty much everybody's shows.
I do.
Did you know that T. Will does like this crazy DMX impression?
I do, and I actually had a chance to. I did.
Okay. I was just wondering. Somebody mentioned it.
I am aware of it.
Okay. Okay. Bernard mentioned it in the chat. That's
why I am aware.
Okay. All right.
Hey, whatever.
It's not good.
Floats on the boat. That's whatever floats your boat.
Yeah. Whenever you hear somebody say, "Yeah, I've heard of it," it's not good. Uncle Steve, that whole thing started because of an origin story. We were talking about DMX in concert and just how it used to be. And I love me some DMX, so I got excited and it became a whole thing. It just took off. So, whatever. But hey, Bernard, if it means that Sanders is going to get drafted, man, I got you. I got you, big homie. I got you. All good.
All right. So we say if Sanders doesn't get drafted, we're going to hear some facsimile of DMX.
We're going to hear.
Is that where we are?
It's a Friday night, man. Why not?
Just want to make sure that's what we're promised.
As a matter of fact, how about this, right? When this spade games happens, right? If I beat you, which I will, you have to do a track with TMX. That's alter ego. We got to put down a track, love. We got to do it. You got to do it.
Talk with me.
Well, and Uncle Steve. And Uncle Steve.
Ooh-wee.
Y'all both
I'll do a AI version of it.
No, you got to do an actual track, Uncle Steve. Come on. You're not going to lose, right? You're not going to lose. You got that to worry about.
Balo's World said, who do y'all think the Falcons will pick? At this point, my brother, I'm not going to lie to you. With most of the guys that I've seen kind of pass by and sweep on by, as long as they get somebody on defense at this point, I'm not even that concerned about who specifically. As long as we get somebody on that defensive side of the ball, brother.
I ain't mad.
As long as we get somebody. Craig says it's bad that Ritter got drafted in the 3rd round, but Sanders may not.
Wow.
And for those keeping score, I think Ritter was like number 80 something. So think about this, y'all.
Wow.
Desmond Ritter.
I love Desmond Ritter.
I love Desmond.
Desmond was picked before Shedeur Sanders. X-Man says Sanders sounds like a Falcons move.
Oh,
wow.
Oh, damn.
Wow.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't see that either.
I don't think so.
Ritter.
Nah, that's crazy.
Uncle Steve, you know what you should do? Like the next time you do the I love Desmond Ritter, you should have a picture of a
y'all. Hold on.
What? Oh no.
I'm sorry.
What?
Quarterback number 5 goes off the board. Dylan Gabriel. Thank you, Nathan.
Damn.
And
wow.
Dylan. Okay.
Wow.
Okay. So here.
All right, everybody. Hear ye. King Teddy is getting ready to speak.
Oh wow.
I think you might want to go gargle with some Listerine for a minute, because I got a feeling a growl is coming on from you, T-Will. You might want to.
Oh wow.
Might want to go get that DMX fired up.
Oh wow.
This is crazy.
Oh wow.
This is wow.
Bro, don't tell me this man finna fall to the 4th round.
Y'all even got Carrie out here cussing. She said, Dylan Gabriel, who the blank is that? Just got Carrie. He was he was on the number 1 team this year for the majority of the year. With wow, this is so crazy. Meat say this is disrespectful. X-Man say it's driving down the price. Michael Smith, I'm not even gonna lie to you, man. I usually don't go to conspiracy theories, man. But I don't know what else to say, Michael. You might call this, brother. You might have called this.
Yeah.
I don't know what else is going on. Tony Wright. What's up, Tony? Shedeur, dude. Ray Ellison in the house. What's up, Ray?
Hey, did the Falcons trade up? Did the Falcons trade up?
Falcons traded up.
Uh-oh.
So wait a minute. The Falcons are next ironically, after the Patriots.
Wow.
Why would the Falcons trade up? So we are about to see right now, y'all.
All right.
Strapdo said, "Come on, Steve. What's your answer for this, bro? He's getting blackballed right before Strap. I can't even. Dude, I can't even disagree. There's something going on. Yeah, we're after this pick.
Oh, are you eating crow tonight? Are you eating crow?
I'm eating crow, bro. I mean, after this, what you expect?
Oh wow!
We about to hear Jarrett Wilson, the center, just left. I'm wondering if the Falcons trade up and say, "God dog it, that was our chance to get a center." We'll see. So let's see who the Falcons are going to get. It is pick number 96, folks. I'm telling y'all right now, if Shedeur Sanders' name is called for the Atlanta Falcons, about to drop this headset.
Oh my goodness! Wow.
Oh wow!
The
Oh
pick
my
is
God!
in.
Everybody, if y'all feel like Shador is getting blackballed, put a 1 in the chat.
Yeah, that's a
Like
good
it's-
one.
If you
That's
feel
a
like
good
it's a
one.
situation where he's not getting blackballed, put a 2 in the chat.
I'm not gonna lie to you, y'all. Those are the words that I have to use. Dude, there are none of those quarterbacks that I thought should go before Shador. There is something going on. In the words of was something going on.
Uh-oh.
And the love we used to share is gone. Who was that? Remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
that?
I can't remember who it was.
Yeah, I remember that. What was the name of that? What was the name of that group? Yeah, man. This is amazing to me. So the Falcons are
Pick is in.
pick is in. Let's see who we got going on here for the Falcons. It is Keith Brooking giving Vinny's on TV. They just showed. All right. Keith Brooking making the pick. I don't know why he dogged us when he went to Dallas. Selection made. It is Xavier Watts, safety, Notre Dame.
Sir.
Wow.
So,
oh wow.
with the safety position,
I was right.
Which absolutely, and we kept talking about. A lot of people were worried about whether we'd be able to replace that other side of Jesse. Jesse needs a dance partner on that other side of him. This the guy? Is this the guy, y'all?
I was right. That's what I'm thinking. I was right. That's what I'm thinking.
Oh wow.
I told y'all we was going secondary.
Oh, wow.
Look at here. Everybody's like, nah, Big Low, we need defensive tackle. All I got 3 words for all y'all. Bless y'all's hearts. That's all I gotta say. That's all I gotta say.
Wait a minute.
A lot of
humility.
A lot of people.
Humility's out the window, T. Will.
Yeah, let me find out right quick. What did we end up giving up for that? That was let's see. Adam Schefter is saying right now. Dog it. Here it is. Hold on. I just saw it.
Man, that's a great pick, y'all. That's a really good
great pick, but at what price?
I know.
Because and we only went up a couple of
5 picks.
Yeah, 5 picks. So
that is a great pick.
Yeah, that's a good one because I don't. Let's see.
Bless y'all's hearts. I know y'all thought we was getting a defensive tackle and everything.
Wow.
Man, I told y'all we needed secondary.
Wow.
If we're gonna take the ball away, you'll get a 300-pound.
Craig, appreciate that. Craig said we swapped picks for the 2026 5th round pick. Thank you, brother.
Do we still got 101 or that's
so we still have 101
okay.
left.
Dang.
101 left. So that is gonna be it for us.
Man.
For the night. I said that last night, and then after that,
exactly,
we made the pick. So hold tight 1 second, just make sure.
Hey y'all,
what we got
drafted
going on.
3 defensive players with the first 3 picks.
I love it. I just wonder where all that humility went, Lo. Like you went on, you got
humility out the window, T. Will. I tried to tell y'all. I told y'all. I was like, oh, I guess I'm wrong then, guys. I guess the humility was here before. But look,
man.
I told y'all, with the 3rd pick, we gotta go skill position, y'all.
I do like what we are doing. This is all right, y'all. This is all right.
Bro,
I really enjoy
All-Americans. You got 3 All-Americans with your first 3 picks.
Oh wow.
You can't beat that.
So that's gonna leave us with, I think, 2 picks.
Yeah, 118.
We have
and
118 and 2 round 7, 218. So we got 2 picks left.
Right. Yeah, 2 picks left. You're right.
So again, if think about where we were a week ago. Terry Fontenot was the most criticized man in Atlanta management history. Now he made the smart moves. Looks like we were smart enough to go defense on the first 3 picks. This is interesting.
Bro, do you understand like what kind of competition this is putting in the secondary?
Oh,
I mean, because you just signed Jordan Fuller, DeMarco Hellams is coming back, and then you go off and get Xavier Watts.
Wow, that's pretty good. The Raiders
I'm sorry.
I was looking at Gentleman's Journal. He said, "Is it too late for Shador to return to Colorado?" Yeah, that Neil money is gone. X-Man say, "I need y'all to take a gap year."
T. Will, I hope you gargling over there.
Yeah, bro, you got 2 picks, bro.
Let's see. Ooh. Yeah, you're right. It looks like you're right.
Oh boy, this is. Can y'all believe this?
4th round, guys. 4th round.
Hey, man,
it's crazy. It sounds like Shador Sanders is texting T. Will right now. You heard his phone going on?
He's telling him. He like, boy, y'all. Hey, this is really good, y'all. Hey. Kiara said this. Terry cooking this year. Now listen. Now you have some talent. Now it's time to coach up the talent. So let's see what happens. What happens? We got 3 picks left.
So with the poll on, like almost everybody said that he's getting blackballed. Coach Willie Dock and X-Man, they said that he's not getting blackballed. So, yeah.
Well, I don't know what word to call it. I just call it, at least the old folks used to say, that's fishy.
Right.
It's something.
That's fishy. Something is going on. All right, so he got 3 picks to get picked for this, and then boy, oh boy, will the sports talks be fun tomorrow morning.
Oh my goodness. I can only imagine what John Freaky gonna say.
Oh, John Freaky is probably losing his mind right now.
I mean, I love to hear John talk. John probably somewhere say, I mean, he's good enough, right? I just don't see why he was drafted. Like he has a good completion percentage.
Nah, this is gonna be funny because what's gonna happen is somebody gonna draft Quinn Ewers in these last 2 picks.
They draft Quinn Ewers. It's going down like there's a well.
Oh boy.
Oh wow. Oh, what a night. What a night.
What a night.
X-Man says, ask yourself would you want to bring in a rookie as much noise as he's bringing. Hey, think about the noise he's making right now, X-Man, just by not getting drafted. Oh my goodness.
Now it's getting to the point where it's like the longer you wait and you do finally draft them, the worse it's gonna be, right?
Hold on.
Kiera says, no, Will Howard for sure.
Oh, oh my goodness.
Oh man, Will Howard get picked, man. dude.
So Falcons fans, if y'all could give us a grade, what y'all think about Xavier Watts? I'm pretty sure y'all don't went to check out the.
There you go.
You know, I'm pretty sure y'all don't went to check out the highlights and everything already. Yeah. A, B, C, D, F, or incomplete. What's your grades on Xavier Watts?
Yep. Good job. Get the picks going. I see a couple of them in there. I see Kiera going. What's the grade for Xavier Watts pick, y'all? He was the 2023 best defensive player going in 2023. Christopher White says B. Charles Grant, offensive lineman. A lot of B's in here. A minus, B's, A minus, B's.
Okay.
So sounds like everyone is in a good place with that.
Yeah, make an honor roll.
Oh, you know what? I had my bad. I guess I didn't push this thing. I guess there's four picks left. I'm sorry. I said 2 picks left. It's 4 picks left.
Yeah.
So actually hold tight, Will. You might get your hopes up.
I might not have to take the stage tonight. Is that what you're saying, Uncle Steve?
You might not have to take the stage, but either way it goes, if you had money today to put on FanDuel, nobody would have told me that he would have been a triple-digit pick.
No, never.
Agreed 100%.
And listen, thank goodness for the compensatory picks, because if it wasn't for those, we'd already be in the 4th round.
That's true.
A plus.
So it look like Terry making an honor roll with this draft so far.
I think so.
A's and B's. Thank everybody for your comments.
Yeah, we do. We appreciate that. We got a couple picks left. It's been an awesome second round here. Doing this, we gonna ask T Will to get ready for his promise. He made some promises.
Now wait. Which promise is it? Is this the promise for the DMX or the promise of busting your head to the white meat on the spade table?
Oh, good.
Which promise are we talking about?
I'm
just saying. Which one are we talking about?
Dang, go.
As Nancy Reagan said, just say no. Gotta tell y'all. Some people gotta tell you.
Oh my goodness.
Rick James.
Just say no.
Just say no, man. She will be on that good stuff. That's pure.
Keep a kid off drugs.
You remember?
Dare. That was the song we sung at Dare, y'all. You know, whenever I was in elementary school, y'all promised we wasn't gonna use no drugs.
Right,
and man. A lot of my classmates let that line down. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Right.
He let them down.
You know what? That's a good point. Carlos says y'all got to set up a content creator game night. That actually might not be a bad idea.
That would actually be.
That actually might not be a bad idea. We ought to do that. We ought to do that. Get all these fantasies out of the way. Get all these
fantasies.
All these dreams that folks are having about
these illusions. Is that what you're saying?
You said it. You said it better.
I'm not talking about me.
Man. Give y'all a quick update. Atlanta Braves top of the 5th, up on Arizona 3-1. Right. As I expected, that 0-7. I told people by June we'd be at 500. So they might be a little bit ahead of schedule.
There you go.
And so I'm not even concerned. Lakers up 58-54 at Minnesota right now. The Magic snuck a game in against the Celtics. They won 95-93. And the Bucks finally win a game. They beat the Pacers 117-101 in the NBA playoffs.
I can't stand Giannis.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest Giannis fan unless he got traded to the Falcons.
Hello, the Hawks.
And
Latoya,
you say I do drugs. What? What are you talking about on the scene?
I didn't say. Hey man. Hey man.
Oh my goodness.
Oh wow.
Oh, wait a minute. So we got this last pick here.
They got 3 more. You got.
I'm talking about the last chance. I'm sorry.
Oh, last chance. Oh, okay. So you got. Okay, wait a minute.
The cornerback.
2. Is it 2 or 3?
I think it's 2.
2.
San Francisco just picked, so it's Denver and Minnesota.
Minnesota, and that's it.
Okay. Who's the quarterbacks in Minnesota?
Hey.
JJ and who else?
What's up, boy? Just signed there. 1 year. Somebody just signed there, but he's a bench player.
Oh, okay.
Hold on. I'll find out. God, dang it. I just saw it. God, dang it.
Man, Xavier Watts. That is crazy.
Yeah, that's a good pick, man. That's a sneaky pick. That is good.
Preseason games gonna be fun to watch this year.
Ooh, and then y'all see the schedule comes out on the 14th.
Yes.
So that'll be fun, at least. That'll be fun to see, get a chance to see who where we're going. Thinking we might have a out of town game this year. I think we will.
Oh, talk about overseas.
Yeah, overseas. I think we are going to have that. I think we are.
Now, yeah, I'm hearing conflicting things from the front office folks.
Oh, what you hearing?
Some people said that it might be next year, and some people saying that it's kind of coming down to the last minute to determine if we actually will be going. If we go to Germany, y'all going on?
I don't know. It's a thought. I might. We might try to check that out.
I just want some lederhosen.
Lederhosen.
Savion Jones is picked with the Broncos and
edge rusher for LSU.
Let's see. Is it gonna be a special? Is it gonna be a third night at the hotel?
Wow!
Wow! Because my buddy
in an hotel.
Is it gonna be a third night?
Oh wow!
Okay, yeah, Keith Sweat said, Flacco.
Flacco?
I thought Flacco was in.
No, Flacco's in Cleveland.
Yeah,
he signed with Cleveland. He signed with Cleveland. Other person, Brett Ripien. That was the guy. Brett Ripien. That's the only. Him and JJ are the only two guys on that roster. Only 2 quarterbacks on the roster right now.
Mm-hmm. Look, I do need y'all to make sure that y'all hit those like buttons.
Yeah.
Make sure y'all hit those like buttons if you don't mind. You hit that like button for me. I promise you, I'll dance at your wedding one day. And if you hit that like button for Uncle Steve, he promised that he won't sing anymore. So make sure that you hit that like button.
I'm gonna donate to AA for T-Wheel. All right, so if y'all hit the like buttons for me.
Why are you donating? Hold on one second. That was low.
We're gonna get T-Will the help he needs. Oh man. All right, folks. This is the last pick of the day. Right before that, we got one last super chat from my buddy Rusty. Go ahead, hit me there, Low.
He says, remember when Dion said he was going to have input on where Shadura went? He says, Dad had retiring numbers after 13 and 12 must have turned a lot of teams off. I get it. Dun, dun, dun. That's a Superman chat. Man,
wow.
Minnesota took a wide receiver.
Okay. Uncle Steve will read your comment. Talk a lot about this and that. You know we act a fool. Should have known better than to answer that.
There you go, T. Will. Get into it. There you go. I see T. Will.
There you go.
T. Will always read your super chat.
Yeah, y'all.
There it is, T. Will. There it is.
Yeah. So the Vikings take Ty Felton with the last pick in the 3rd round. So that means we are about to, before we give our overall thoughts about today, first we're gonna go around and let T Will and Low let you know where we're at and what we got going on. Thank you, T Will. We appreciate you joining us, albeit at the last minute, a little bit tipsy, but that's fine. We said we'd take you on there no matter what you do. Some of those delusional thoughts you were having, we're gonna get you checked out, see what we got going on. But tell the folks. Tell the folks where you at, brother.
I love doing shows with you guys. I really do. And Uncle Steve, Big Low, thank you so much for having me. This was so much fun. I am eternally grateful. I appreciate it. You can find me at For My ATL Sports 1 on YouTube, the number 4, My ATL Sports, the number 1 on YouTube. Hey, come check me out. Please like, share, and subscribe. And guys, this was fun. Thank you so much, Uncle Steve. I appreciate it. And you know what? You're so kind. It's gonna break my heart to have to bust that head to the white meat. I'm still gonna take a plate of ribs to go. I'm letting you know. But I'm gonna feel bad about it. I really am gonna feel bad about it.
Oh my goodness.
Low.
I don't know how to follow up with that one. My name is Big Low Kuntry. Y'all can find us on YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, everywhere else. Thank y'all so much for chilling out with us tonight. And I'd like to apologize to Uncle Steve. Yeah, he's petty. So, y'all, everybody got that petty uncle, ours just happened to be Uncle Steve, man. But y'all know, look, we love him. But look, man, enjoy chilling out with you guys tonight. And look, hopefully we can continue to put together a stellar franchise changing draft, fellas.
Well, I tell you what, this has been I don't know who had a longer night, us or Shador, but we are happy. We are completely happy to add Xavier Watts to the squad at a position that we need some help. We've done what we needed to do these first 2 days. I appreciate everyone joined us. We had a big crowd in here tonight. We appreciate everyone taking time to at least sit down with us, have some fun, have some laughs, and do our thing. We appreciate you. Thank you, Low. Thank you, T. Will. Oh man, I don't know, y'all. I don't know.
You don't know what
I was trying to, while y'all were doing this, I was trying to pull up the DMX DMX song right here, but I couldn't get it. But T Will, you are on your own and you go play us out today. So if you don't mind, give us the best shot you got.
Well, I don't know if it's the best because I suck, but I'm gonna give you what I got.
Give us what you got.
Uncle Steve, hey man, appreciate you, Big Low, appreciate you. for those of you who know, I'm a big DMX fan. So don't take this as anything other than what it is. It is my tribute to DMX. It's probably gonna suck, but here we go.
All right.
Let me turn the lights down. Let me get in my zone. Let me get in my DMX zone. All right, here we go. I got to do a little prayer before I do it. Lord, why is it that I go through so much pain? All I saw was black. All I felt was rain. I come to you because it's you who knows. You showed me that everything was black because my eyes were closed. You gave me the light and let me bask in your glory. So it was the only right that when you asked to see this story, I put it together to our dogs do some good.
Wow.
Why did somebody just draft the door? Why did goodness? Dang, oh, Carrie gonna get you, T. Will.
Wow.
Carrie gonna get you. Dang, oh boy.
Hey man, we gotta give the people what they want. Bernard asked for it. I pay my debts. There you go. You know, I pay my debts, man. There you go.
Dang, oh. Uncle Steve, you all right? You all right? Oh, you good? You good? Oh my goodness! Wow! Wow!
Oh wow!
And on that note, y'all have a great night. We appreciate it.
Take it easy, man. What in the world, bro?
Y'all be good, man.